So you can take your seats, and soon we will commence officially. Are we ready? Good morning, everyone, dear guests, colleagues, partners, participants, mentors, experts. It's a great pleasure to finally open VASAB Young Planners Summer School 3rd edition. This time, navigate planning through changes. And on behalf of organizing team, very warm welcome to our host office, Gdansk University of Technology here in Gdansk. My name is Mārtiņš Ulāns. I'm head of VASAB Secretariat, and I will be moderating today's event. We have a very, very busy schedule throughout the week. We will keep you busy, participants, and I'm so happy that you are all, all of you have made it here, and we will have a marvelous week. Also, hello to our YouTube spectators. You can watch us live throughout the day. And to explain what we are having here at the Young Planners Summer School, there are 30 participants from all over Baltic Sea region and Ukraine. We'll have 6 teams of 5 participants to solve spatial planning challenges in the Baltic Sea region and beyond. And also we have support from CBSS, and we are truly thankful for their financial support. And of course, all our partners in the project, starting with Gdansk University of Technology, Gdansk Port, Pomorskie Voivodeship, Ministry of Development Funds and Regional Policy of Poland, RL, and Estonian Association of Spatial Planners. So, but for the opening, we will have first block of opening and welcome words, also some presentations, and I would warmly like to welcome on stage Marcin Skierawski, Vice Marshal of Pomorskie Region, for welcome words. Thank you.
My last name is not very easy for the people from another country, so I'm a little bit nervous. So English is not my favorite language, so I use any notes. But Pomorska is a very nice place to discuss, and this is the very special region because from here come to national politics a lot of people, a lot of very important people in Polish politics, like Lech Wałęsa, the first democratic time president of Poland, Lech Kaczyński, the next president of Poland from here, the Karol Nawrocki, the current president of Poland, and the Prime Minister Donald Tusk is from here, and the former Prime Minister Jan Krzysztof Bielecki the same. So from here is a lot of people in Polish, a lot of people important in Polish politics. So you can create the future, not only this region, not only Baltic Sea region, but whole Europe. Donald Tusk was the president of European Union, so he's a very important person. So I use my notes. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Dean, our friends, dear representative of VASAB, Gdansk University of Technology, all institution and organization involved in organize this event. I warmly welcome you to Gdansk and the Pomorskie Voivodeship. I'm very pleased that today we can open this international summer school for young planners from the Baltic Sea region. This is an important event for Poland and for our region. In 2025, Poland took over the presidency of VASAB, Vision and Strategies around the Baltic Sea. This summer school is one of the key initiatives during the Polish presidency. I would like to thank you everyone who helped organize it. VASAB, the Faculty of Architecture, Gdansk University, and the Council of the Baltic Sea States, and the Gdansk Seaport Authority and the city of Gdynia. I'm glad that we are meeting here in Pomorskie. Our region is a good place to discuss the future and spatial planning. We have sea, ports, a large city, natural areas, and rural regions. Pomerania is developing rapidly, but at the same time, we face many challenges, like Latvia, like Sweden, like another country. We must develop the economy, but we must also protect the environment. We must build the new roads, the new infrastructure, but at the same time, we make good use of the exciting space. We must prepare our cities and regions for the climate change. Why is it especially important during this summer school? We will be working at the three levels. First, the Baltic Sea region, the Pomorskie Voivodeship, and the cities Gdańsk of Gdynia. The challenge you will discuss will shape our future. You will discussing about the things, resilience and safety, climate change, green energy, connection between people and places, and the effective use of the space and new digital rules. These are topics that concern not only planners and architecture, they concern all of us. I hope you will not only learn from this experience, but also from each other. Good spatial planning should above all serve people. It should help creative, safe, high quality and welcoming place to live. That is why I hope that during this workshop you will be open to new ideas, encourage, ask questions, share experience and seek a new solution. And also hope that these few days will be an opportunity for you meet new people and from different countries. Cooperation among the countries and region of the Baltic Sea plays very important role now. It is precisely that young planners and architecture who will help shape our cities and region in the future. Your knowledge, ideas, and way to thinking will influence that the Baltic Sea region will look in the future. I wish you produce an engaging work, many inspiring conversation and new ideas. I hope that when the summer school concludes, you will leave Gdańsk when the new knowledge, new contacts, maybe contracts, and conviction that together we can shape the future of our region. I wish you all of the best and please stay in Pomerania. And it's a difficult word to me. Hereby declare the international school, summer school is open. Thank you very much. And my last message, we must stay with Ukraine as long as they need it. Thank you so much. Enjoy your stay in Gdańsk, in Pomorskie. It's a very nice place.
Thank you very much, Mr. Skierawski. Two takeaways. If your group results will be very, very good, you might get a very, very good career after this. I'm just analogy with the Polish politicians. And indeed, thank you for good wishes. And as next, I would like to give a floor for welcome words to Mr. Jakub Szczepański, Dean of Faculty of Architecture of Gdansk University of Technology. Please.
Thank you. We can compete with my colleague with pronunciation of our names. Welcome to the Gdańsk University of Technology, the best university in northern Poland, and with no doubts the best faculty of architecture generally in Poland. We have written official proofs for it. This is not only my opinion. The position of our university, this is a sign of changes, generally changes in Poland. The center of our economy, politics, social life started to move to the north, closer to the Baltic Sea from traditionally industrial political center in the south. So it shows us this continuation of the statement of Marshall. We are in a new situation, and we need to prepare to this new situation, to be responsible for this change. So welcome. I wish you fruitful work and also entertainment in our not only in Gdańsk but our what we call Tri-City, which contains of Gdynia, Sopot and Gdańsk. By the way, Gdynia, a few weeks ago, Gdynia was listed to the UNESCO list of World Heritage as an example of port city built in 20th century. So welcome once again, and I hope it will be nice and to work in our place. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for having us in your university and Faculty of Architecture. And next small session is for our VASAB chairmanship, Polish chairmanship. At first, there will be a video address by a chairperson of VASAB committee, Emilia Malak-Pętlicka. She represents Polish Ministry of Development Funds and Region Policy. So please, video.
Distinguished guests, representatives of the Pomorskie Region, Gdańsk University of Technology, the Council of the Baltic Sea States, and the VASAB Secretariat. Dear mentors, dear experts, and dear colleagues, and of course, above all, dear young planners from across the Baltic Sea region. Good morning, everyone. My name is Emilia Malak-Pętlicka, and I am currently the chairing person of VASAB. It's a really great pleasure to welcome you to Gdańsk. Although my summer schedule is a little different from yours, I'm really delighted to join you through this short video. The Young Planners Summer School is one of the key initiatives of the Polish chairmanship. In a moment, my colleague Daniel Wachowicz will present the priorities of the Polish chairmanship in more detail. During this busy week to come, we will have the opportunity to hear your ideas and perspectives. Your work will then contribute to the future of spatial planning and territorial development in our macro region. I would like to focus on a broader question. Why is spatial planning so important today? For us, spatial planning is fundamental to development, and I know everyone here understands that. It's a guiding principle that helps us shape our regions, coordinate different priorities, and make better decisions for the future. It is sometimes seen mainly as a technical task. We often think about plans, land use rules, or legal procedures. Though planning has a much wider role. It shapes where development takes place. It influences how investments affect cities and regions. It also helps different public policies work together in the same territory. That is why spatial planning should be considered from the very beginning. It should be a part of the process when policies and investments are designed. I know these ideas are already familiar to you. They go without saying, but in the years ahead we will need your help to make them just as obvious to decision makers and policymakers. Help them understand that spatial planning allows us to see the bigger picture, connect different priorities, and make better informed decisions. You will hear more about these links later on today. Our experts will show how wider trends affect the Pomorskie region, Gdańsk, Gdynia, and the Port of Gdańsk. Wiktor Szydarowski will present planning challenges from the ESPON program perspective as well as from his own perspective as a citizen of Gdańsk and a member of VASAB family. The expert session will also introduce the 4 challenges that will guide your work during summer school. These are preparedness and resilience, climate change, adaptation and mitigation, connections between people and places, and the effective use of space. Your work will also cover green energy investment, non-Atlantic and multifunctional use of space. For many years, development was linked to expansion. If it often meant using more land, building more new infrastructure, and consuming more resources. Today, we know that development must respect planetary boundaries. We need to use less and make better use of what we already have. Space is a limited resource. Your generation will have an important role in this change. You are the next generation of spatial planning professionals in the Baltic Sea region. The ideas you develop here may influence individual projects. They may also influence the wider planning culture of our macro-region. This includes the way we cooperate across borders, respond to uncertainty, and balance development needs with environmental limits. We also want your work to reach decision makers. The winning group will be invited to present its results as the upcoming first VASAB Directors General Meeting. This will give your young planners a strong voice in the strategic discussion within VASAB. Finally, I would like to thank the VASAB Secretariat and Gdańsk University of Technology for preparing this summer school, as well as my ministerial team. My special thanks go to Professor Karolina Krośnicka and Professor Jacek Załucha for their commitment and their contribution to the program. I would also like to thank all mentors, experts, and partners involved in this initiative. And to all participants, I wish you an inspiring week and many valuable discussions. Thank you, and once again, welcome to Tri-City, and hope to see a winning team at the meeting of Directors General.
Round of applause for e-speech. And I thank Emilia for her address. And now I give the floor to Daniel Wachowicz, colleague of Emilia, and he will continue with insights from the VASAB Polish Chairmanship. Please, Daniel.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to talk about Poland's perspective, Poland's priorities and activities during our chairmanship in VASAB. Yes, we are focusing on 3 main priorities, which are supporting the implementation of the VASAB Vision 2040 and the Tallinn Declaration. First, strengthening spatial and territorial resilience in the Baltic Sea region. Second, supporting territorial cohesion at different levels from the local and regional level to the macro-regional level. And third, launching a study on territorial resilience in the Baltic Sea region under the ESPON program. These priorities reflect the growing need to make our territories more resilient to different challenges and disruptions. At the same time, we want to ensure balanced and cohesive territorial development. As you can see from this slide, we are quite busy and ambitious. We didn't want to just hold the seat, but move the agenda forward. The timeline shows our work program beginning from early 2025 all the way to the end of 2026. Yeah, the events you see here have very different characters. We have high-level meetings like the DG and CSPD sessions, where the political and strategic discussions direction for the Baltic Sea region is shaped. We have international conferences like the EU CSBSR forums in Gdansk and Tallinn. And importantly, we have knowledge-sharing platforms such as webinars where experts can explore more specific topics and discuss technical details in depth. And now we are taking part in one of the most important point of the entire program, the SPCC here in Gdansk, where I believe we are bridging the gap between high-level Baltic strategies and the fresh, innovative ideas that young professionals bring to the table. Well, let's move to the flagship projects of the VASAB Polish Chairmanship. These include the Baltic Resilient Project, the first DG Directors General meeting, and of course, Young Planners Summer School. As for the Baltic Resilient Project, we have launched it under the ESPON targeted analysis with full funding from the ESPON program. As I said, it's one of our priorities, and it was also inspired by the work done during the Estonian chairmanship. There are 9 stakeholders, 1 pan-Baltic, 3 national, and 5 regional. The project looks at resilience in an integrated way, both on land and at sea. And the main goal is to improve our knowledge and provide a stronger basis for planning and decision-making on territorial resilience. The project will provide several practical results, including a common set of indicators, database, maps, and analysis of territorial resilience and vulnerability. And of course, policy recommendations and practical guidance for planners. It will also provide an useful input for possible future updates of the VASAB Vision 2040. Yes, and the project itself will start next month, and it's expected to finish in the 4th quarter of the 2027. Let's move on to the upcoming VASAB Directors General Meeting, which will take place in Gdansk next month. The Directors General will discuss and are expected to adopt a set of strategic conclusions. They will focus on how spatial planning can help strengthening territorial cohesion and spatial resilience, and can help the region to respond to challenges such as climate change, demographic change, and critical infrastructure. Then it will also look at how the BSR region can contribute to the EU's future territorial vision, and show the value of the macro-regional cooperation, especially in the external border regions. Another topic will be the DG meetings, a new format, which will provide a space for strategic discussions and a follow-up of VASAB 2020, VASAB Vision 2040. And finally, the conclusions will highlight VASAB's role as a forum for maritime and land-based planners, will show how important it is to be more closer to with sectors such as energy, transport, and infrastructure. What's important to you, dear participants, you will also be able to present your ideas, the winning team ideas, at this meeting. Well, I hope this quick presentation has given you an overview of what we are doing, what our activities and priorities are. I wish you all the best in this week. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daniel. And for a while, I will sit on 2 chairs as mentor and as a speaker. Next presentation will be done by me. Not yet. All right, soon. Yes. Daniel already outlined the VASAB Polish chairmanship priorities for their presidency period. I will once again remind you what VASAB is, what we do, and what are the benefits from our work, and how it's connected with the topics or challenges of Young Planners Summer School. So, we are the special planning collaboration of Baltic Sea region countries. Currently, 7 countries are active: Finland, Sweden, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, and Germany. We used to have also Denmark and Norway on board. We hope that someday they will return, but we are keeping the cooperation also with them within the EU's BSR or European Union strategy around Baltic Sea. Our structure is as follows. The main decision body is the political level, is ministers responsible for spatial planning. Then there is acting VASAB committee, which consists of members of each ministry, and they are the decision makers. And then VASAB Secretariat is operating on daily basis and fulfilling all the goals and tasks which we must do. We also are working together with HELCOM Secretariat. Their responsibilities are exactly on the maritime space of Baltic Sea, but we cooperate for the MSP processes and beyond. And we also are coordinators of policy area spatial planning within European strategy for Baltic Sea region. And of course, we are working on a daily basis to support planning professionals and policy and decision makers around Baltic Sea region. How does our support looks like? We have a country features. We compile all the special planning legislation for our member countries in our webpage. Also, you can find library and knowledge hub. We work with recommendations and strategies based on our projects, and not only. We are members of working groups, and also we are observers in several institutions. And we build forums and networks for special planners, both for land-based and maritime spatial planners. And of course, we support young planners, which really reflects in this event where we have all met. VASAB through time. So we are active more than 30 years, and our guiding document, or it has always been the VASAB visions and strategies. And currently we have a third VASAB vision in place. It was quite a long time to develop it, and we had different challenges during the development, including COVID and Russia's war in Ukraine. But we involved many stakeholders, so it was not only like only our initiative, but it was very well discussed with our partners, academia, organizations, different policy areas, regions, national bodies, local bodies, etc. And what we are having right now is VASAB Vision 2040. It was adopted 3 years ago by a ministerial conference in Wismar in Germany. And important note is that at that time when it was approved, after some time we got understanding that there is something clearly missing because the situation is changing very rapidly. And that's why last year Tallinn Ministerial Declaration on Spatial Resilience was approved, and it explicitly speaks about spatial resilience and its importance. And that's also why we are working towards exploring those resilience aspects of spatial planning, which was also mentioned by Daniel with ESPON Baltic Resilient Project. So, and the structure of the vision is, we have like 4 basic pillars of it. It's pearls, strings, patches, and systems. Pearls is about urban spaces and cities. Strings is more about infrastructure, connectivity, energy. Patches is about rural areas, nature areas, etc. And systems is about how we manage planning in common way in Baltic Sea region countries. And on top of that is also the Tallinn Ministerial Declaration of Spatial Resilience. And each of those pillars, they contain exact possible future actions. I will not, of course, read them all out, but you can see that there are certain actions foreseen for all those 4 pillars to be realized. And how we achieve our vision. So, some of you have seen this presentation already, but what has VASAB vision in common with solar system? And of course, in the center of that is sun, and we have planets. But in VASAB vision, so we perceive the VASAB vision as our sun. So all of us, we are circulating around it to fulfill it. We are not flying too close to that, not to burn ourselves. But we have different partners. We have VASAB committee, we have European Union strategy for Baltic Sea region. We have support projects, we have Welcome VASAB working group, cooperations, forums, and all of it creates the system. So during the contribution of VASAB vision development, there was cooperation between different planets. Then in the process, there is Tallinn Declaration and support projects, and beneficiaries are all those bodies or planets who have been involved and beyond. So I just wanted to mark that VASAB vision, together with European strategy around Baltic Sea region, for Baltic Sea region, we have identified that actually many other policy areas are using the same principles as VASAB to fulfill and improve our work and living life in our region. Then the next planet is forums, and this is very important for us because we are serving the spatial planning community in our region, and MSP Planners Forum is already well set. It's working very well. This forum meets for 2 to 3 times a year. The planners exchange the information. They vote for the topics they want to explore and discuss what is important for them. And then currently one of our biggest focuses is on creating such a forum for land-based planners. This will be more complicated because there are many more stakeholders on terrestrial planning than in MSP. But step by step, we are trying to develop this land-based planners forum as well. We had one successful project which concluded this year. We are thinking and applying for other project initiatives to strengthen it this year. And VASAB vision and support projects, and actually one of the support projects is this event, VASAB Young Planners Summer School. And I will outline shortly the connections between VASAB vision 4 pillars and Tallinn Ministerial Declaration and Young Planners Summer School. And while I was preparing this slide, my first initial idea was to compare which challenge would fit under which pillar of VASAB vision or Tallinn Ministerial Declaration. And well, I wasn't really surprised, but still I found out that actually everything is so interconnected that all of the challenges can fit under any of VASAB vision pillars. So it means, what it means for you as a participant of Young Planners Summer School, it means that you have a great flexibility to solve your challenges, either climate challenge on or urban level, or energy level, or connectivity level, or systematic approach, or resilience level. So you have such a great opportunity to connect all those dots together and support implementation of VASAB vision by your ideas. And I remind you once again, it was stated also by Daniel and Emilia, that the winning group of this summer school project will be able to present their ideas to the VASAB Director General meeting here in Gdansk in October. So that's in short from my side. Thank you. I really wish you the very, very best professional week so far in your life, because it's a great chance. We've been working on this project almost a year for preparation, and we hope that you will enjoy it very much. So that's from my side, but I will continue as a mentor. But this project wouldn't be so ambitious without the support, financial support, and the content support of our friends from CBSS, because we were granted the project support funding from CBSS. And not only that, but it's also the reason why I want to invite Kazimierz Musiał for a short presentation about CBSS. Senior Advisor at CBSS.
Thank you very much for your kind words, and I hope I will be able to deliver a short introduction to the organization that has been instrumental in making this summer school happen. And I hope, well, if I were at your age, I would very much appreciate joining it myself, I must admit. But to cut the long story short, what is the Council of the Baltic Sea States? Somehow the year 1992 was quite memorable for many organizations, and if you look at the Baltic Sea region development, the whole space in and about and around in the Baltic Sea region, 1992 was either an ominous year or a year of great chances, visions, and surprises. And here in the picture you see a number of politicians who had that vision. In the very middle, you have two foreign ministers or ministers of foreign affairs of Germany and Denmark. The German colleague here standing to the left in the middle, Hans-Dietrich Genscher, and the Danish Minister of Foreign Affairs, Uffe Ellemann-Jensen. They were looking for a political platform which would be not too complicated, but which would be able to ease the tension, the natural tension between the big and the small in the region, which has just reappeared on the European map after the collapse of the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union collapsed only 2 years earlier, 3 years, 2 years, well, depending how you look at it, institutionally, and there was quite a number of challenges and tensions included. So these guys had a vision, and this was not a vision for a development as VASAB did in the sense of spatial planning, but they had a vision for a political development, for a political dialogue, to turn into something what we call friendly narratives about the region. Not from the hostile narratives of the past where everybody seemed to be enemies of everybody, but into a friendly narrative framework where there would be collaboration. So the Council of the Baltic Sea States was created in Copenhagen in June 1992 with a very clear mandate. And it was established by a ministerial declaration. It is not an organization based on treaty, it is an organization based on goodwill of the governments. So it is an intergovernmental organization, and that's why it is not so formal, but it depends on the goodwill of the ministries of foreign affairs of different countries that constitute the council. I was very curious to look at your maps because, well, each organization draws their map, and of course these maps change over time. If we were here 5 years ago, we would still have some regions of Russia also included. For obvious reasons, since 2022 Russia is not regarded as a state that should sit at the same table with others in the Baltic Sea region, and the map has been redrawn. But we have Denmark, which you don't have in your map, which I must admit Danes have been pretty active in the collaboration, and I mentioned already Uffe Ellemann-Jensen, but also other guys who have really contributed to making the visions of political development true. The Council is run by presidencies, rotating presidencies. We have just finished Polish presidency, now in the end of June, and now it's Iceland, which is a bit away, right? It's not quite a Baltic Sea state, but because of this political dialogue of the beginning of the 1990s, where the whole Nordic Council, which is another organization, joined the efforts to enter the Baltic Sea regionalism, well, Iceland became a member as well. We can say it bandwagon a little bit on the whole political development, but it's now a country that has the presidency. And we'll see that it's not quite an odd member of the family. It is a member contributing actually to the developments. There is a multiple governance structure of the Secretariat. There are expert groups, there are units and task forces for specific issues which the countries find as common grounds for their activities, for their political dialogue. The CBSS is not an organization that solves or saves, but rather solves all the problems or tensions that appear, but it is a forum of dialogue on the common ground, or common institutions, or common challenges which each country seems to have the least problems with, or has problems with just as their fellow countries, and then they find a solution, a working group, or a special network. Like, for instance, the Civil Protection Network, which is mentioned here as well. We've got ministerial sessions, we've got ministers of foreign affairs meeting once a year at least. We've got quite a lively youth activity or youth engagement platform within the CBSS, which I will present at the very end of this presentation, which will be an opportunity for you to join if you want to. So let's continue now a little bit of the historical development, but not very much of it. I want to show you that the organization is changing, has been changing a lot over the past 30, 35 years from the basic elements, and if I try to find a connection with VASAB and with the spatial planning agenda, well, you would have communication and transport, which has always been there. There was the protection of the environment and energy, economic and technological assistance and cooperation, which was very crucial in the very beginning. Nowadays, we've got three, the so-called long-term priorities, which we are guided by, and they are about regional identity, sustainable and prosperous region, a safe and secure region. For those of you who have studied the EU strategy for the Baltic Sea region, there is an obvious parallel to some of the priorities of the EU strategy, but suffice to mention that we've got quite a number of interlinkages between those priorities, so that's why I am not only here because I like VASAB, but because I think that what VASAB is doing is really topical for the development of regional identity or identification, standardization of certain norms, which in the end will produce or might produce a Baltic Sea region polity. Now, what these priorities mean for the practical work of the CBSS? Well, they are broken down into dimensions or into activities like civil security, anti-trafficking, or child protection within the safe and secure region, where the colleagues have mandate. There is a senior advisor for each of these priorities. Sustainable and prosperous region, which focuses on the transition towards a competitive green economy. There has been a long story of the so-called EGTC, green shipping, has been in the very much discussed, climate dialogue, and of course regional identity, where you see culture, higher education and youth, and this tiny bit of higher education is one of the reasons why the Council of the Baltic Sea States has decided to fund this summer school. Now I'll go very quickly through some of those priorities, focusing perhaps on some key deliverables here, where you will see a potential for you to plug in, if you want to, in your projects, or you will see that there is a connection with what VASAB is doing in many ways. Well, the key word, of course, for this is resilience. However we understand it, we've got strengthening resilience in the Baltic Sea region, meaning, in our case, mostly transformation and adaptability to the new normal, whatever normal it will be. But it's not so much bouncing back, but also going forward, finding an opportunity in the change rather than only adjusting to what has been. And there is, I think, one of the latest initiatives here is the network of volunteers, which has been very interesting, because this is an untapped resource for many of the political bodies, the volunteers who really, young people especially, who have resources, zeal to get engaged, but there were no structures for this on the regional level, and that's what the Council has provided. Anti-trafficking, which is about trafficking in human beings, a nasty phenomenon which we notice in Europe. Unfortunately, when the migration increases, you have a number of people who are being traded like goods or are sometimes enslaved. And this is exactly what the countries have got united to fight against. And there is a colleague who is creating basically legal frameworks which are then available for all member states. Maritime and climate, it's monitoring of the climate change, but also there is the adaptation to climate change and resilience building. At the moment there is a climate response project which monitors several of the indicators across the whole Baltic Sea space and is trying to make recommendations, because this is what the organization is doing mostly. It discovers certain irregularities or certain gaps in the political dialogue and creates recommendations for the institutions, for the ministries to follow and to implement to a new level. Children at risk, it's similar to trafficking in human beings. It has been defined as a potential platform where countries may collaborate. I won't dwell on it further. Regional identity, here we've got a number of initiatives. Probably the closest to VASAB at the moment is the newest project, which my colleague is doing, which is called Future Cities. And I would, it's only starting. It will be now, I think it will get its own homepage within a couple of weeks. It's worth looking at, because this is a project which is trying to capitalize on several of projects that were developed within the Baltic Sea region Interreg funding scheme, where different approaches to city development were tried out. The CBSS itself had this project which was called Cultural Pearls, which looked into the potential of using culture for development of smaller communities. But there are colleagues from Schleswig-Holstein, from Hamburg, who were rather interested in the green development within ecological development within cities. So they have now got together into on a platform, as it is called, that is delivering a vision for future cities. Now, why is the role of the organization like CBSS still important as a forum of political dialogue? Of course, I don't need to tell you, you hear it in the news every day, that geopolitics have come back to the Baltic Sea region, and there are just a few examples. In the sea, underwater cables, which, as you know, sometimes blow up, get broken, or get somehow messed with anchors of different ships. But what I find especially disturbing, and I've just talked to my wife the other day, and she said, well, even in the city like Gdansk, the GPS made her flock around and didn't show the right direction. And just imagine if it happens in the sea, on the sea. And instead of landing in Tallinn, you land somewhere in St. Petersburg, for instance, or you know, similar events. So that spoofing is really dangerous and something that the ministers have taken very seriously as in the fora. I'm not talking about borders, I'm not talking about hard security, which you see in the, epitomized by the plane here, but I think we know that the challenges are there. And in light of these challenges, in May 2025, there was a plea to adjust the organization to those new challenges. There was the so-called Vihula Declaration that in Estonia, when the foreign ministers met, they said, well, we have to encourage the Secretariat to continue process by which workings of the Council are refocused accordingly, refocused, meeting the challenge of all these nasty things happening around. So what has happened? Well, we have worked on reconceptualization of security. And I think this is something that you also notice in the dialogue about resilience all the time. There is an increasing focus on hybrid challenges and risks. So we started talking about critical infrastructure and services. I think for the first time ever, the Council of the Baltic Sea States started paying attention to the dual use structures, which is never a thing before, but it's now in the documents. There is, of course, impact of new technologies, the so-called Internet of Everything. If you have everything neatly connected, you have smart watches, smart cities, smart refrigerators, well, you may be perhaps really in danger if you don't control it. That's one of the issues that we've also taken on the agenda, or the ministers, the working groups are talking about it. And there came the Polish presidency in 2025, which said, well, we really need to discuss pressing security issues in the region more seriously, see NATO as a potential organization we stand hand in hand with, or shoulder to shoulder with, and collaborate. Which is obvious. Poland has been very active. Poland has been a big player in the Baltic Sea region, but also tried to take seriously the cues from Vihula Declaration. And now the Icelandic presidency, and I hope you see that Iceland, despite being away, is contributing actually, because the definition of resilience as the countries being in the Baltic Sea region proper have is a bit different from the resilience that Icelanders have. And the recent talks have been very much about the focus on natural hazards, on hybrid threats and critical infrastructure. I'm not sure if you are aware that Iceland is a country with many volcanoes in Europe, right? And for instance, what happens when a volcano erupts is a very similar thing that has to be taken care of when you have any other conflict happening or a climatic change which rapidly evolves. The Icelanders are really good at it. Early warning systems, for instance. So they are working on this priority very much, but there is a number of other issues as well which you see that Iceland is supporting. Now, I promised you to show a potential platform to plug into the CBSS activities. And this is something that the politicians have also urged the Secretariat to develop. And there is a colleague of mine who has worked hard on developing structures for the young people to get active. And if any of you want to be active in the Baltic Sea political dialogue, apart from VASAB, I encourage you to look at those different formats and forums. And especially if you look at the Baltic Sea Region Youth Forum structure, as we call it, it is interesting because it's like a lively youth parliament in the Baltic Sea region, meeting every second week online, meeting every couple of months in reality. And the young people have a voice, get a voice on different issues. The Committee of Young Representatives, which we now have, which has been elected, has created 7 working groups, and if you look closely at it, you will see that at least 2 of them, perhaps 3, would be very close to the VASAB activities. So one is free to join these groups, one is free to be active online, perhaps at a certain point also get in touch with the Ministers of Foreign Affairs during the meetings and just discuss issues firsthand with the politicians. My colleague Aline Meyer from the Secretariat, who is a Policy Officer for Youth, will be happy to answer any queries from you. That's it on my part. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kazimierz, for a very detailed insight into CBSS. And now I think we have a very special example about Young Planners Summer School, and I would like to invite two of my dear colleagues, Tīna Šipkēvica and Aksels Ruperts. They have been in your shoes previously because they were part of the second edition of Young Planners Summer School. Please, Tīna and Aksels.
Yes, hello everyone. As Mārtiņš mentioned, my name is Aksels and this is my colleague Tīna, and we were participants in the previous summer school in Greifswald in Germany, 2022. You can see some picture slideshow over here, but we just wanted to give you a short glimpse. How was it? And maybe some suggestions and recommendations also to you, just for an inspiration. And this is the third edition of summer school, and basically this is like a tradition already. And we are happy that today we can serve here as organizers and mentors. And what I think is very special about this year's summer school is that this year you will have the opportunity to work across planning scales, from the local, regional level to macro-regional level. Because I think this is one of the most valuable parts of the summer school, because spatial planning, in an essence, is about working across scales, across different stakeholders, across different planning levels, working with people, places, real challenges, and sometimes balancing very different interests. And I hope that working across these different scales will help you to see how these challenges and these planning levels connect. But one thing I want to say about the previous summer school. We won the competition. We both were in the team that won the competition. And what I think is a crucial thing is your teamwork. In our case, I think we had a really diverse and a group with different people. And we had a spark in our eyes, and we were very enlightened about the topic that we worked for. And I think this was the main reason why we worked so well together. And we learned how to use each other's strengths, and eventually we convinced the jury. And this is also important for spatial planning. Very often you're not working alone. You have to bring different stakeholders, balance different interests, and find compromises. And the same is also regarding teamwork. And 5 days obviously is not enough to develop a perfect and fully detailed planning concept, but it can give you an idea, a question on topic that stays with you afterwards. In my case, it was sustainable mobility. It was a topic that I continued to work at my workplace at that time. But now I will give also word to Tīna. She also would like to supplement and say something from her perspective.
Thank you. Yeah, I mostly agree with everything Aksels said. Just a few maybe takeaways that I have from the summer school, which I can reflect on now after a bit of time. First one is about the group of people that you're in between right now. So it is a very interesting situation because nobody's here by coincidence, you know. When you're traveling for work or traveling with, I don't know, to places, then you usually end up in situations where some people are there because they want to be there and some people are just there by coincidence. But in this situation, like, nobody can accidentally put themselves in, you know. You all saw the ad probably for the summer school, you applied, which was also a quite specific process to go through. It's not just an easy task to fill in all the details that you needed, and then you made the time you took out 1 week of your summer to actually be there and learn and find some new connections. And that is something that unifies all of you, because you're all willing to take the extra mile, and that is a very special company to be in between, and do take advantage of that. Yeah, and another thing is that, of course, it is very important to do your teamwork well and do your best at your group, but it is nothing without having a good time. So don't forget to do that as well, because these are some nice memories that you'll be making for a long time, and don't forget to spend the time happily. Thank you.
Just a final remark. Invest in your team, have a good time, and thank you for being here already.
Thank you both for sharing your experience. We have saved a lot of time, like 25 minutes. So I think we can have a Q&A session if you would like to. You can address any of previous speakers. If you have some questions, please go ahead. We will bring you the mic and just ask to whom you are addressing your question. Yes.
Okay, this is a question for you and the gentleman from the Council of the Baltic States. So, are both of your organizations, would you consider apolitical or political? And I guess we're talking about this in the context of like Russia, because Russia is a big person that is unfortunately not in the room with a lot of these things. So
we are political.
We are highly political.
Okay.
It's a short answer, because our structures is based on political level. So you saw the declarations and ministerial meetings, they all have results which result in declarations or statements which affect our daily work, and we are working based on that. We are building our daily activities and project activities based on those decisions and political declarations.
I think perhaps even more so in the Council of the Baltic Sea States, where the ministers of foreign affairs and the agenda of a country that currently presides the work of the CBSS is decisive for what is addressed, what we talk about, and what eventually becomes a memorandum for the next year of activities for the Council and for the member states, because they have to agree on it. And you saw that apart from the member states, the European Union is also a member of the Council of the Baltic Sea States. So it's a political, but not only regionally, but also anchored in the European structures.
And just one more question. So what does the Council of the Baltic Sea States provide that kind of like the European Union or doesn't, or like how does it augment maybe the work that they do on some of these issues?
Well, I think the crux of the matter is in the understanding of how the European Union works, and you have the so-called multi-level governance in the European Union as a principle of governance. Which means that, well, if you want to take one of the key words of the European Union functioning is the subsidiarity model, where issues should be solved at the lowest possible level. Now, if you translate it into this multi-level governance, one of the layers of this governance is the regional level. This can be formally constrained to not the units of territorial unity or a measurement. They can be measured, but they can be also the regions that not always are quite so neatly carved out from the political map. Sometimes you have like I've shown in the development of the Council of the Baltic Sea States, a coalition of the willing, those who want to make change when there is a political window of opportunity, like it was in the 1990s. So this European multi-level governments provide space, and if the countries make use of it, fine. Council of the Baltic Sea States has evolved a lot in the direction of becoming a lively political dialogue platform from being an organization that was, well, formally addressing certain pressing needs. But of course, as long as Russia was a member, some issues didn't come up as, you know, valid for everybody. And now some of the issues like the damned munition in the Baltic Sea has become salient because everybody knows that anything blows at the bottom of the sea, then we have a problem. We all have a problem. It's not only a single member state. So, you know, there are those issues that are being found. They are addressed regionally because there is this, I call it coalition of the willing, but coalition of regional stakeholders who are really interested in making change at this level.
Yes, and in addition to that, I will outline VASAB's role in cooperation with EU. As I mentioned, but I want to maybe go a bit into the detail. There is a European Union strategy for Baltic Sea region. And within the strategy, there are 14 policy areas, and they cooperate on a regular basis. And VASAB Secretariat, together with HELCOM Secretariat, we are coordinators of this policy area spatial planning within this strategy. So it may sound a bit complicated, and so there are several layers of this cooperation. And of course, we are also partly funded by EU programs as Interreg to develop and to implement our goals. So it's very interconnected, and we are trying to be active in this collaboration within EU strategy around for Baltic Sea region.
Thank you very much for the answers.
Are there any more questions? We have still time.
Yeah, it's for both of you as well. Again, sorry.
It's like a panel. It's like
so obviously, this entire summer school and kind of both the organizations focus around the Baltic Sea, but of course the member states don't end with, like, you know, the region around Gdansk or the region around like Helsinki or something. So how far does kind of do the interests of VASAB and CBSS stretch into the like member countries? So like what seat does like the city of Warsaw or like Tartu have, and how could that impact kind of what we're doing here at the summer school?
Yes, I will be the first. So yeah, it is Baltic Sea, and sometimes it's perception that we are talking only about the sea. We are not. We are talking also about terrestrial space. I mentioned those forums like Maritime Spatial Planners Forum and the Land-Based Spatial Planners Forum. So we are operating both on sea and on land. Of course, with the sea, it's a bit more simple because the stakeholder, like regional, national stakeholders, the number is not so high. But as for the terrestrial, those stakeholders are the number is very high. So we are dealing with both planning systems, if I could say so, with maritime and terrestrial. And one step beyond that, in some of the projects we are also having cooperation with North Sea Basin countries. So, because for MSP, Baltic Sea region is the forerunner in Europe.
As for the Council of the Baltic Sea States, I think the organization has a bit different nature. It's a nature of political dialogue that it is aiming at. And if you look at different events, including the VASAB DG meeting, you would see a representative usually a Director General or Deputy Director General of the Council represented at the VASAB meeting. We take part in different fora so that for one thing to be informed about what is happening, for the other to translate it into policies that the ministers might possibly be interested in. So that's one thing. But I will also give you a very practical example of not only flying over this sort of, high political agenda, but also I mentioned the project Cultural Pearls, where we really went with the project support into smaller communities within the region, the cities that were no bigger than 50,000 people. Some of those communities in northern Finland, which got the title of being a cultural pearl, were about 5,000 people.
Actually, I come from the cultural pearl in Latvia from last year, and we are 5.3.
Exactly. So you would be competing with this Finnish community. But the point was not the size, but the point was how engaged people were and how able they were to show a pattern of engagement, to implementing culture for generating social cohesion, right? So it is rather stimulating a process which then is being taken up by the local communities, like this Cultural Pearls project. This is no longer managed by the Council of the Baltic Sea States. It was funded to begin with a seed funding. There was money from the Interreg as well. And now it is flying on its own. The people who became pearls in the first round, they are mentoring the smaller communities around the Baltic. And it's a really impressive how much can be done with little when you have reached out to the bottom of the societies, to the smallest communities, which usually are somehow neglected, somehow left behind, somehow we think, well, they are not in the news, in the media every day. But then you go there and you look at the social entrepreneurs and cultural entrepreneurs and you notice, well, this is the lively community. They are showing patterns sometimes for the big ones because people know each other simply more in the smaller communities. So not only, at a high level and the sort of universal Baltic Sea regional level, but also going into depth with some projects. And I think I could also speak for colleagues who do the projects on in the CPN, in the Civil Protection Network, where they go to smaller communities, and this is about the training of rescuers. I know they had a huge summer school as well last year, training rescue workers in Ukraine, who now train the trainers. And all in all, I think the colleagues would have this fresh statistics, but it is about 40,000 people that have been trained through this program, with a little effort starting with a summer school like this, and then you sort of snowball the effect, right?
Thank you both very much.
Are there any more questions? Please use your chance. Of course, we will be here almost whole week, some of us, but you can still use a chance. Okay, yes, of course.
Thank you so much. I'm indeed using my chance. You mentioned about the Interreg program, Future Cities. Can you tell something more about it, especially in terms of, does it concern only the Baltic states, or it goes further and concerns all the future cities?
No, again, we are localizing the global experience, I think I would say. That we are regionalizing the global experience. Of course, the dialogue on the future cities, sustainable cities, is something that is taking place not only in Europe, but I think some of the speakers that we had came from Latin America when we had the initial stages of this project. The inspiration came from different resources. But what the Future Cities Interreg BSR is doing is addressing the Baltic Sea region. And here, again, the idea is to harvest on the experience from projects like Cultural Pearls, but also to include experience from bigger places. I think Riga is, for instance, also involved in, as one of the examples, or some of the people who implemented the visions for bigger cities are also involved. So this is going to capitalize on the best practice or good practice from other Interreg projects, so that, you know, we don't experience a typical project, post-project funding phase that projects just disappear and there is no continuity. This sort of what we usually aim at, this sort of lasting footprint, is not there any longer because you don't have funding for it. People disappear, go to different jobs. This is exactly what the Future Cities is trying to go against and say, look, I mean, we go into the different projects that Interreg has funded in the domain of city life, future cities, sustainable cities, cultural pearl cities, and try to carry it on and make it into a more durable structure. If we succeed, well, hopefully it's a 3-year project. It has just started. I think last week I attended one of the first seminars that we had. So the promise is there. If we deliver, I hope so.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Any more questions? The panel continues. Huh?
Yeah, I can ask another one. So, for both organizations, what does because obviously with all of these challenges, there's a lot of, like you mentioned, there's a lot of different stakeholders. What is like the stakeholder involvement, like the structure for that look like for both organizations? Because obviously it's, you know, can be difficult, especially when we're talking about smaller communities and things. So what does that look like for taking that into account?
Yes, it's very complicated indeed. Of course, we have several groups of stakeholders which are national level stakeholders or decision maker stakeholders or partner organizations. And then, at least for VASAB, we have identified those stakeholders who are on MSP planning level. The complicated part starts where we are willing to go deeper on the ground. So it means that we have, like in Poland alone, there are like more than 2,000 local municipalities. And it means that it's very, very ambitious to reach every single planner in municipality. But we are working towards that we start with local or national planning associations. For instance, in this project we have Association of Estonian Spatial Planners on board. We have several projects where we work with Polish, with Latvian, and we try to develop this network, how we could reach through maybe those organizations, the stakeholders on a local level, including civil society. But again, VASAB's role is, as we mentioned, it's political. So actually what we do is, it's at least twofold. One is to reach those stakeholders, but the other thing is to, through the projects or initiatives, to provide member states with information or recommendations or results or tendencies that they can actually use in their legislation or recommendations if they want to. So it's, on one hand it's simple, on the other hand it's not.
I often feel that the organizations are, especially intergovernmental organizations, are as strong as the states want them to be. And you've seen different priorities that the states are coming up with when they hold the presidency. Usually there are 3 priorities. They have been revolving around security in the past 3-4 years. Quite naturally, I think Finland started with launching its whole of society approach, for instance, to just make us imagine a different reality after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, right? After that came Estonia, which continued very much the dialogue and resilience. Then came Poland, which said, well, we have to raise it to the political dialogue. But trying to answer your questions, I would say that organization like the CBSS recognizes, well, we cannot solve all the problems that exist and that we see on the horizon. Even within my portfolio, the regional identity, I see quite a number of initiatives which would be worth supporting, but certainly you would have to convince the member states that, well, for instance, the network of libraries is the key to the future of the organization. Yes, but then again, you need 10 member states to agree on it, you know, as their priority, which is not always easy. So what you see as an end result are the priorities that have been agreed upon and then a little bit haggled on. But our way forward, and actually since I joined the CBSS 3 years ago, and since then we have been very active on the so-called youth engagement front, because we thought, well, we cannot change the politicians who are in office at the moment, or those who are the decision makers at the moment who do not quite have the same perspective as the young people have, but we can nurture the ground for the future region builders. And this is exactly why I put those couple of slides at the very end to show the potential for the future engagement of the young people. And to make change more realistic, well, you have to engage the stakeholders who are touched by the policies. If you only talk to the politicians at the highest political level, governmental level, there will be always a political will or ill will sometimes to kill some initiatives which are brilliant, but just not tenable at a certain point in time, right? But if you go from the bottom of the young people, you start addressing those working group issues, which I have mentioned, for instance. This is for the young people, by the young people, and then in the end, there is the so-called youth ministerial, where the young people present this to the political bodies, to you know, the guys who you see in the news every day.
Okay, we have time for one question from the question row.
Okay, so thank you very much. To make it more tangible, could you maybe give an example of a policy recommended by the VASAB that was introduced or like adapted in some sort of legislation?
I would say it's maybe not legislation, but the maritime special planning practices. It's very, very VASAB-based success, of course, together with Helcom, but it's pure success of this cooperation that MSP in Baltic Sea region is forerunner in Europe. And it's an example, and this cooperation, that's very tangible. And the same thing we are trying to do with land-based now, that we are actually asking what planners need, what are the topics, what are the challenges. So, yeah, we are trying to be as tangible as possible. Okay, I think this Q&A session worked really well. We are almost out of time. Now we will have a break. For those who are watching us on YouTube, we will return at 11:30 online. Thank you, and now we are having a break. So, welcome back after the break. Now we will proceed with the second block of the presentations. We will have 3 of them, so we will be on time for sure, and there will be also time to ask questions to the presenters. As a first, I would like to welcome on stage Wiktor Szydarowski. He's director of ESPON ESGTC, and he will present the role and characteristics of ESPON work and its connection with spatial planning. So, Wiktor, please, we are happy to have you here.
Thank you very much, Mārtiņš, and I'm really pleased to be among the very well young and already qualified people to talk about spatial development in the Baltic Sea region. Actually, this is also my hometown, and I'm very much also delighted to be here to refresh my memory of how quickly also the city landscape changes as compared to the times that I was the permanent resident in. Just for my curiosity, how many of you have heard the word ESPON? So what am I doing here? I think many of you already know more than I do, probably. But I still would like to provide you with certain background and perspective of how you could potentially use ESPON in your group work and in future work in your organizations, wherever you are based at. So ESPON is a very interesting thing, I would say. It's a dream job for geographers and spatial planners, no matter if we talk about the executive structures or if we talk about projects that ESPON delivers. And there are many, I would say, peculiarities about what we are and what we do. Some people think that we deliver printers and often call us as Epson. Also, the logo is very similar, and it's not very rare that we receive queries on our info.espon.eu asking about the printer that just goes out of order and that there is very lousy service that does not reply to the inquiries. So we have to once again re-navigate the people to the right organizations and providers, and we are definitely not dealing with printers and office supplies. Second, we are not a research organization. We are an Interreg program, but very different to the programs that you might have known. We don't deliver grants to public organizations. We do deliver research expertise. We do it either alone or we do it through public procurement procedures where we ask the market to come up and respond to our service specifications to deliver the best possible way to address the concerns of, well, spatial development in Europe at the respective geographical levels. And we've been doing it for 20 years. Naturally, ESPON has been evolving from just a cooperation of spatial planners with the kind support by the European Commission to a fully fledged program. We are under the cohesion policy. And as much as the aims and priorities of the cohesion policy tend to change over years, we also need to evolve to always be in the forefront of delivering top-notch expertise in spatial planning. Our area of interest is actually the European Union territory, but also 4 partner states of Iceland, Liechtenstein, sorry for the typo in Liechtenstein here, Norway and Switzerland. But also, as we know that the trends, processes, flows do not stop at the borders, whenever there is an interest of the 20 or 31 partner countries and ESPON member states to go beyond this territory, we also do so, as long as the data are sufficient for that purpose. And we work closely with public authorities because there are many unknowns. There are many, as we call them, knowledge gaps, and our role is a bit to, as we sell the expertise by ESPON, to come and ask what is that you don't know, what is that you would like to know, and can we deliver it to you within the time and within the specific modalities that we can discuss with you. And naturally, the mottos of ESPON you are well familiar with. This is not any rocket science in the sense of formulation, multi-level governance, place-based approach, and cooperation between neighboring territories. I will not read it, but I think you are very much familiar with a very dynamic, turbulent situation, and ESPON is also by the Commission, even though we are not the body of the Commission, and this is another maybe confusion. We are not the European institution at ESPON EGTC. We are a special purpose body to actually implement the ESPON program on the mandate of the partner states and the Commission. So whenever there are some things that also the many institutions in Europe say, we know that the world is changing and we need some evidence in order to stimulate and inform our policies. Could ESPON deliver that? Then we are trying to get engaged, but also as ESPON is not the only provider of territorial evidence in Europe, we need to be a bit cautious because there are also many other organizations. Joint Research Center of the European Commission specializes in territorial evidence, OECD, Eurostat, United Nations Habitat Program, many others also do a lot of research. So ESPON is a program-based cooperation, so we have limited funding and we need to spend the money wisely. So what we introduce also, we do not duplicate, we do synergize with the other organizations, and because we are small but muscular, we could also explore some uncharted territories in terms of data provision, in terms of new phenomena in Europe that no one else that is more politically based organization are able to do so far. So this is where we do a lot of, test, grounding and piloting activities. So this is our budget. As you can see, this is not a big budget. And that is why it's so important for us to make very distinct footprints in Europe about what we can deliver to policy making. I mentioned that there are no grants. We provide research and knowledge transfer support. And interestingly, there is no need to co-fund the activities from the stakeholders because the respective member state pays the contribution. So in case we collaborate with local, regional, national authorities, the only thing they need to invest is basically their time and interest. They don't need to pay anything. And these are our thematic action plans. So we try also on the request of the European Commission that anyway pays 80% of money to our program. And there was a clear interest before this programming period that we need to be strategically focused. We decided, actually, our monitoring committee decided to focus the cooperation and research on these specific areas. And they are broad enough to also to include a lot of things that stakeholders are interested in. Resilience, as you can see, is in several of those, either literally, places resilient to crises, or also underpinning many other thematic areas that you can read loud from the names and terms of the thematic action plans. And you may also ask a question about the reception. Actually, we live in the world where you have a lot of resistance as well. So I mentioned ESPON needs to evolve, ESPON needs to be really at the forefront of research in terms of new spatial trends. And I do recall some years ago, we decided to promote a new thematic action plan on European territories in global interactions. There was something new to ESPON, and many decision makers were just a bit hesitant. Is there any need to talk about, Europe in the global world? The reality, it happened, was very much actually pushing us in that direction. Global supply chains, geopolitical situation. So we did a lot of pioneering research also. What will the regional impact be, or impact on territorial cohesion in case scenario A or scenario B develops and also affects Europe? So many potential areas that stakeholders might vest the interest in ESPON. Local, regional, national authorities often request the services. Mārtiņš also and Daniel mentioned Baltic Sea Resilience Project that exactly will be orchestrated under the ESPON wings, but on very particular request from the authorities. They would like to conceptualize the integrated land and maritime type of resilience. Scientists, researchers, and students as well. We have a vast catalog of research activities and results, and you can definitely peruse them. Private sector often also, they use our results in order to better position themselves in the market. Journalists, Well, because we try also to speak a plainer language. We know how often the academic language is difficult for regular mortal people, but we also introduce a certain requirement on the service provision, so research organizations, research academia, that they need also to develop some shorter policy papers using plain language for regular people. And so any citizen may also use results of ESPON. So these are our KPIs as they stand for this 2030 program. We are going to conclude our activities by mid-2029. And hopefully there will be new edition of ESPON program because our mandate is renewed every 7 years if the decision of the member states and commission goes into that direction. You see how many research projects we've already identified, and 50 have been completed. We also organize knowledge transfer events, and we have a particular power in the member states being ESPON contact points. So these are the officialized organizations to act on behalf of ESPON and then promote results, also get some requests for support. So we use them as so-called antennas in each participating countries. Also twice a year, we held ESPON seminars in cooperation with the presidency country. We had also very good ESPON seminar in Gdansk last year here in the Solidarity Center. And more than 6,000 people so far in this programming period have attended ESPON events. And we, as you know probably quite well from the EU programs, we need to indicate and demonstrate the usefulness of results. So 92% indicate that they potentially use ESPON results in their particular organizations. So once again about what we do, what we don't do. We are demand-driven. We try then to work on the topics that are not well gauged yet in the research sphere. So we have some examples here. Housing affordability. I will also provide you with a certain example of a project. Global supply chain patterns. Resilience of territories that we try to advance on before the resilience in the terms of leaping forward resilience, not bouncing back resilience, has become popular, fashionable. Governance of functional areas, territorial impact of data centers as well, because they need a lot of energy. So there is a problem in terms of spatial planning, how and where to locate those big data centers. Also, we work at low granularity data as much as possible, and we can combine them from different sources, not only from public domains. So a housing affordability project was based on scraping data from house estate agency websites in order to create a very dynamic and very up-to-date picture of the prices in Europe. We also formatize the results to different audiences. We have final reports that are more academic. We have executive summaries, policy briefs, infographics. They are available on our website. And also data stories and dashboards. You can also peruse them at ESPON Data and Knowledge Portal, which is very modern and dynamic way to also create your own maps, zoom in, zoom out, and then to read all the narratives and stories which are there. So some examples of project. This was actually a revolutionary project, House for All, access to affordable and quality housing for all people. The project has been completed. And as mentioned, a couple of million entries into our database concerning how the prices on rental and sales market have been shaping up through Europe on a weekly intervals. So it gave a lot of impetus to the Commission, to the European Parliament, to European Investment Bank, and also national authorities to think about how then to conceptualize this topic in policy making. And we regard it as one of our flagship projects recently. Another one is about the future of regional labor markets, not how they stand at the moment, but how they are going to transform in the next, well, couple of decades. So what kind of flows and convergences we might occur looking at the situation with employment, demographic situation, and so forth and so on. So in that case, we had analysis at NUTS3 level regions, which is not very obvious often because of compatibility of the data. And we also, our researchers that we contracted provided a lot of forecasts up to 2040, and also a number of scenarios how the situation may develop. And of course, conclusions and recommendations for policy making. Then another example, and this is a sort of a prelude for what we are going to do very soon about the data centers. We started with a DGREC project to just give us some information on the location and density of those. And we are going to continue with a new project that would go deeper into the problematics and try them to address the spatial planning concerns, as mentioned, of the data centers throughout Europe. Another one is indicators on a circular economy. So coupling or decoupling them from material consumption, how it looks like in Europe, what are the trends, what are the potential decision-making needs and interventions at different policy levels. Another one that I could recommend for you is also CrossGov, about cross-border functional areas that are, as we know, very interesting animals in Europe, and they are very much fragile to developments and political decisions on closing the borders or limiting the traffic through the borders. So again, this is something of a dialogue we are having European Commission of including cross-border governance of cross-border functional areas also in the Commission material, in the Commission recommendations to the Member States. Interalp, another unexplored territory. So a new type of functional areas between the mountains and the plains. So where the different flows actually converge when they locate themselves in terms of transport, infrastructure, services, of course, nature, and so on and so forth. So we introduce also a concept of soft spaces. Might be interesting for you to consider it in your work in case you decide so in your work groups. And this is the example of the Alpine region based on a specific request from the stakeholders in these countries and areas located, as you may see, exactly between the mountain core and then the lowlands. ESPON bridges also, not only if your area is already sparsely populated, or if there is any potential risk for you to become sparsely populated in the future, and should you accept it or should you fight it? We think you should accept it, but then to provide some ways to deliver good quality of life to the citizens that decide to stay and the people that decide to come in. So also very often we have to work in our events with the change of paradigm and mindsets about what is acceptable politically in terms of spatial trends and phenomena. ESPON Desire, very interesting name, but we decided to keep it that way, about provision of public services in lagging regions and areas with special needs, which again means, should we, because of economic perspective, close down the facilities of public services, or also banks for citizens, or for whatever reason we should keep them, even if they are economically not very tenable. So how to weigh in the different factors of social cohesion, territorial cohesion, not only to talk about the competitiveness. So I do believe very interesting thing also in terms of, you know, dilemmas in decision making. So my humble suggestion for you is, whenever you have time and interest, please go into your particular subject, see if it is already to a certain extent explored through ESPON research. We've accumulated ESPON research over 20 years, so it's not only the recent projects. See if the research findings that you see in the ESPON website are applicable to your particular case, and you could provide an interesting, insightful perspective for your work. Consider using data and maps that you can see in the data set on ESPON portal. You may compare also your observations. Perhaps they differ, they deviate from what our researchers have established through their research and analysis. Maybe you have a different opinion on the subject. And also feel free to suggest new topics for ESPON, in particular related to new, as you may see from your perspective, trends and patterns throughout Europe. Many thanks.
Thank you, Wiktor. We have a time for questions. Are there any questions for Wiktor? Yes, we have. at least 2.
Thank you. Is it on? Yeah, okay, cool. I was just wondering, at what level do you most often receive those requests from? So is it on a national level? Is it on a regional level as well? Could you please elaborate on that?
We have a sort of a complex morphology of ESPON research. So we have pan-European analysis, and those we initiate on our own, based on dialogue with our member states, the Commission and European institutions, where we see that something is being of particular policy interest, but as it seems, there is no data in the public domain that the authorities responsible may just, grab and then make their own conclusions. Then we discuss with them, do you see that perhaps ESPON's role might be to just step in and offer you new research, dedicated research? Then we have a particular instrument called targeted analysis, which is more like through calls for proposals, where any local and regional authorities may join forces, similar to a typical Interact project proposal, and then to suggest under the frame of thematic action plans a need for policy support through new dedicated research. This instrument has been highly popular. Now we have the latest date, so-called cut-off date for proposals as of 30th of September, and then potentially we might organize one more round of proposals for targeted analysis in early 2027. Also, we work on particular straight demands through the member states, particularly the ministries. We have also a KPI that at least one so-called on-demand territorial study per country should be implemented within this ESPON program. So we ask each country's representative in the monitoring committee, is there any specific policy challenge from your perspective that we can address through a dedicated short study? So these are the way that we are trying to a bit, customized to the particular needs. So all of these different levels of stakeholders have been has been our target audience, and we try it in the format.
Another question?
Thank you, Wiktor, because ESPON did a seminal report on resilience recently, and this is a key topic for this gathering. Can you comment a little bit on that? Because for me, one striking issue was that the regions which were very resilient in this Baltic Sea rim towards financial crisis, they behaved differently with regard to Russian-Ukrainian war resilience. So, but you did a lot of projects on resilience. Can you summarize the experience about that?
Well, the experience is that there is the resilience is not given once for all, right? Because resilience is very individualized depending on what factor we talk about. And indeed, as you say, our researchers analyze different past crises, including the financial crisis, the energy crisis, the war-related crisis with migrants from Ukraine going to different countries, to assess the preparedness of territories. And the situation has been very much polarized. So interestingly, for instance, the geographical distance plays a role, but not necessarily. Because of financial flows, for instance, you might be affected even if you're located in the outskirts of Europe, as long as you have connections to some capital that actually might be affected by the crisis. So it's not very self-evident that the closer you are positioned to the border, the more affected you are going to be. I would say by paradox, the three Baltic states have been dealing with resilience, same with Finland, for quite a long time, preparing for the eventuality that they might be in need of, actually exploiting some actions and measures when the crisis situation comes. And I think Kai Böhme is going to speak in 2 days about particular aspect of resilience that was analyzed through ESPON Channel project that his company was responsible for. Importantly, we are trying right now to communicate, and I do believe this was said this morning as well, that the value added of actions in resilience is to leap forward and not to bounce back. So that we are able to learn based on resilience, we call it often adaptive resilience, that you actually gain experience from the crisis situation, the way you behave, the way you develop new skills and competencies. It's also about social resilience, for instance, so the preparedness of the societies to be able to act together in the eve of the threat, and then to bounce forward to be even more prepared for whatever may come. We are going to top these efforts on researching resilience with our, activity on new territorial vision for Europe, which is the initiative of the member states, where ESPON is supportive too, meaning to identify, through foresight, some weak signals, among others, what may become a real trend in the future based on what we feel is coming up now. And one interesting point, for instance, is a sort of a, problem with AI, because it's coming a bit degenerative, learning from the AI, so AI learning from the EI, meaning that the quality of AI may also then deteriorate, which you would never say might happen, but some researchers noticed that to us that it's worth also researching within that. I don't know if it gives you the answer, but there is a wealth of information on resilience in ESPON reports and also policy papers that definitely are worth studying by you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, one really brief question with a brief answer.
Thank you, Andrea Morf. I've actually worked at Nordregio, and there's quite a lot of ESPON projects. And I wanted to lift the land-sea interactions concept, and there has been a study on that, an ESPON study, but I'm wondering how far is this kind of coastal regions and the coastal band, it's very important for the resilience and for the connectivity. Do you have any studies planned on that?
This is exactly the Baltic Sea Resilience project that Daniel and Mārtiņš were talking about. This is a new targeted analysis that we now contracted. The kickoff meeting will be in
end September, beginning of October.
Exactly. So this is where we have this touch point between terrestrial and maritime spatial planning, coastal areas. How then to, conceptualize resilience also in that territorial dimension. So it will be quite new, but interesting.
Okay, thank you, Wiktor, so much for the answers. And now we will continue with the next presentation. It's planning challenges of Pomeranian Voivodeship, and I would like to invite Anna Golędzinowska and conduct Mārtiņš to the stage for the presentation.
Just left, so can we switch the presentations, or we can wait for her?
So we have 2 minutes.
Sorry for that. Sorry, we were prepared for the longer Q&A session with Wiktor Szydarowski.
No, maybe there's one more question for Wiktor. Yes, but in the meantime, yeah, I really would like to suggest that you use the ESPON research results for your group work as well, because as you saw, there were many strategic groups of ESPON research which is directly linked to summer school challenges.
Hello, as already mentioned, my name is Anna Golędzinowska and my colleague Konrad Młynarczyk, to add some linguistic challenges when it comes to names. We both work for Pomorskie Regional Planning Office, but also we work here at Gdansk University of Technology. We were told to present briefly the challenges for the region. So, of course, we're looking forward to your question if there will be a part of this presentation which is in particular interesting to you or you would like to have some more detailed information. And to start with, what is region, what is a voivodeship, because we also use this name in the context of Polish legal system. Well, we are we are here, yeah, the light blue part. Actually, the region was established a quarter of a century ago, when Poland was approaching European Union as a main driver, main stakeholder when it comes to, of course, implementation of regional policy in Poland. But what is the role of this level of self-governance? As you can see here in the scheme of strategic and planning elements, the hardest tool is the development strategy, where all the system is linked in Poland, or which is binding. But when it comes to spatial issues, spatial aspect, the spatial regional development plan is, apart from maritime spatial planning, of course, is the highest level of spatial planning in the country. However, the competencies, the tools are mostly soft tools. It's worth stressing. And as we have a lot of landscape planners among this group, it's worth stressing that we have a new tool. It was actually approved by the Regional Assembly only last year, which is called regional landscape audit, and it's being done according to common methodology set at the state level. So we'll also briefly talk about this. And when it comes to competencies, mostly in the scope of regional development, as already mentioned, economic development, but also nature and landscape conservation. The power of the binding element, which is actually integrating the approaches, which is relatively also new when it comes to Polish planning system, is the common diagnosis when it comes to both spatial documents, spatial planning documents, and strategic documents. And regarding the main challenges, now I give the floor to Konrad.
Thank you. What Ania mentioned about the regional development strategy and regional spatial development plan is really crucial today, because we have just started our work for the next edition of both of the documents. I will focus on the regional spatial development plan, regional plan, which is our task in our office, Pomorskie Office for Regional Planning, because we found out the perspective of this document 2015 2050, and we have found out few challenges of Pomorskie 2050 perspective. We would like to outline just 3 of them. I believe that you just prepared yourself very well coming here to Gdansk about Pomorskie also, about our challenges, about the place you're visiting. Probably you have very good research already. But I hope we can give you a better picture of our region nowadays. So I believe that the first one may be very familiar from many other countries and many countries around the Baltic Sea region. It's in fact demographic challenges and demographic change. Our national, just 3 years ago, our National Statistics Office proposed and published the official report of the demography with the projection of the demographic changes in Poland, and it actually confirmed that as a country we are on a path of decline, and actually in the next 25 years towards 2050 we will lose overall in Poland more than 10% of our population. So we also expect that the age dependency ratio will increase very dramatically, and this will focus also, this will affect also on the public services in many different areas of our communities. As you see on the picture, Pomorskie is one of the 16 regions. We have generally good condition. Doesn't work. On the top of the picture, yes, it's Pomorskie. We have generally good condition when we compare this with the other regions of Poland. We have younger society. This is thanks to big universities like Gdańsk University of Technology, but also University of Gdańsk, universities in Gdynia. There are many different universities here in Gdańsk and Gdynia and Trójmiasto overall. We can identify also strong migrations, internal migration from other regions, especially our neighborhoods, so warmińsko-mazurskie, zachodniopomorskie, kujawsko-pomorskie. There are strong migrations towards Pomorskie, and many would also say that those demographic changes is also thanks to the Kashubian minority, which have some, which is characterized actually by better demographic dynamism, even nowadays.
But to add, there are local ethnicity. Yeah? They're not a group which has migrated to areas.
Yeah, that's true. And what I wanted to add and just to show you, it's this very strong internal differentiation of Pomorskie. And we can observe some parts of our region that are depopulating nowadays already. So we can call this some peripheries. But those areas close to Gdańsk have better trends of the population, but it's also caused with the negative urban sprawl. So this is what Ania would mention in the next few years. So for us, these demographic changes are mostly the economical reasons, and economical impact for the public services, and we need to rethink our policy, how to support those second-tier cities, smaller towns in the rest of the country, how support them to just be part of our regional policy, which is happening mostly in Gdańsk and Gdynia, which are the biggest cities. They have many different no ideas, but many opportunities to have the best market, the best ideas. So we are trying to rethink how to involve also the smaller towns. The second topic is very specific nowadays, thanks to our location. As maybe some of you may know, historically, the energy production in Poland was based on coal. It was like 98% of our energy production, and it was concentrated in the south of the country. Many has changed during last 25 years. The share of coal in production of electricity is now like 50%, and now renewable energy sources is more like 1/3, which is, I think, not that much, but we can improve it. But in 2021, our government has adopted a new energy policy for Poland, and there is a new framework for our energy transition as a country. And there are two areas that affect Pomorskie very much. The first one is nuclear energy program and proposed location of the first nuclear power plant in Poland near Choczewo, near the Baltic Sea. Which should actually start operating in the next 10 years. Our partner in this project is American Westinghouse and Bechtel corporations. They already preparing the site of this nuclear power plant. Also the railway lines and roads that would access to this site are built right now. And our second very important idea is those renewable energy sources. I mentioned that we have in the mix like 31%, but this is all based on the land actually nowadays. So we are preparing new program of the offshore, which is also located near Pomorskie on the north, so on the Baltic Sea. And these are first projects that are located on the sea when we are talking about the renewable energy sources. So our partner here is Danish Ørsted, and the first Baltica 1, the first one is Baltica 2. It should operate in 2027, so next year. And also the huge support for the what is really important is also not the infrastructure on those points like nuclear power plant or offshores on the Baltic Sea, but also the linear infrastructure that would affect on the Pomorskie in different areas, because we have to transform this energy to the other parts of the country and other countries on the south of the Europe also. What we need to remember, the huge support for the renewable energy sources is also natural gas. Poland has LNG terminal in near Szczecin, and also from 2022 we are operating on the Baltic pipe, which is connecting us with Denmark and Norway. We have some. We also, our companies, Polish companies, also have some producing gas in Norway, so it's easier to transfer this gas to Poland. But that's not all. We have another plan to prepare the floating storage regasification unit near the Gdansk, on the Baltic Sea, which should help us to build this gas to help to have this bigger capacity of the transferring gas from LNG. Yes, so because Szczecin and Baltic pipe are about 100% of the capacity today. So the floating terminal, the first one will be ready in 2028, but this year in June our Ministry of Energy confirmed that the second one will also be placed and built near the same place. This map doesn't show that we have a big neighborhood here. Gdansk is really close to Russia, of course, but this is our access to the ports, to the LNG terminal. It's actually really close to the Kaliningrad, to Obwód Królewiecki also. And the last topic, yep. And the last topic is about to transportation. The huge, the new project of the transport hub near Warsaw is being near Warsaw, between Warsaw and Łódź, is starting to be prepared, but the part of this central hub is also the new high-speed railway system, which could just change how we move around the country, because our lines between biggest cities are operating also about passengers, but also the freight. So in between the biggest cities like Gdansk and Warsaw, there are no capacity to have more transport on those lines, which affects also on the ports. They don't have their own rail system, but we think that idea of those new lines in our region just can help to improve the access to the port of Gdynia and port of Gdańsk, just to improve how they sending those freights to the other countries and other regions, and also intermodal terminals will be a part of this railway system. Ania?
And coming back to the landscape, which is actually focusing our main conditions, but also heritage, but also the mistakes we've made as mankind. As was Konrad explaining, actually the major growth poles in the region are now here most in the area of Gdańsk Bay and this alluvial delta geomorphologic region, plus historically the main transportation network were located along river corridors. Of course, the birthplace of Gdynia was also a river valley. But we need to be aware of two things, just as a brief remark. This is one of the effects or initial slide actually coming from the landscape audit I was already mentioned. As you see, there are almost 180 typological detailed units. However, what we should have under consideration that the current perspective, current challenges, on one hand, are surely a game changer, in particularly from regional perspective, regarding the central hilly land lake district, rather peripheral area of the region. But on the other hand, it will not be a no net land lake taken strategy. We need to think of solutions which combine on one hand the opportunities occurring from new huge infrastructural investment, in particular when it comes to energy, and energy supplies, but on the other hand, try to make the land management more rational and more more brownfield oriented, to keep things simple. And just briefly, what were the effects of landscape audit? As I already mentioned, it wasn't like our regionally grown methodology. We're following the methodology prepared by the ministry. As a result, over 10% of the landscape of the region is being under the status of so-called priority landscape. A lot of them also in Vistula Delta and in close surroundings of so-called Tri-City, so the core of metropolitan area. But if we take under consideration different forms of nature conservation, it's over 40%, not taking into account Natura 2000. And now about sprawling. That's not Pomorskie sorely problem. That's a problem occurring around the whole Poland, but just focusing on the progress of development and progress of sprawl in a perspective of less than quarter of a century. You can see that actually the jobs, the working places, which are still focusing mostly in let's say, traditional urbanized area, cause huge interest in new dwellings, and those dwellings are spreading very rapidly around the region. Unfortunately, new transportation networks are also speeding up the process. But to show some of the results, some of the consequences, here is actually that's the more liberal scenario when it comes to wind farms. Yeah, we're making a query how it would look like, or which areas are actually excluded, apart from, of course, environmental issues, nature protection forms, but only taking under consideration the distance from living areas, from dwellings, and that's, as I'm stressing, that was according to the proposed limited version, because currently the distance it's wider. So you see that there is a lot of the region already excluded from the function, but on the other hand, we have a huge expansion of solar panels and solar farms, which are, of course, less effective, in particular in a region like Pomorskie. And we wouldn't call it urban sprawl, of course, but as you see, due to legal conditions in Poland, we also have a problem of lack of coherency and sorry, and that's the conclusion, actually. So the challenge, our hope, and our hope in you and your ideas, but also area where we need new ideas, new concepts, also to promote among local stakeholders, politicians. It's actually how to use this huge opportunity, which is energetic transformation and those huge investments, to make the land management more efficient and not to actually accelerate the sprawl even to greater extent. Thank you.
Thank you, Konrad and Anna. Unfortunately, right now we don't have time for questions. Your presentation was really detailed and long, but be sure that you ask questions during the break because we have one more presentation. What I wanted to mention, Pomorskie Voivodeship is one of the regional areas which groups can solve during the regional level challenge. So this information would be highly valuable. One group will have to solve this resilience challenge for Pomorskie. So one group for sure will work with this region, but it doesn't exclude that other groups cannot do the same. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just one phrase. Me and Konrad will actually accompany you through most of the workshops. So if you have any questions, if you would like to have more in-depth detail in the materials we used, we'll be happy to help you.
That's very good. Thank you. And now for the final presentation of this block, I would like to invite Paulina Ševčík, and she will talk about planning in Gdynia. Please, Paulina.
Thank you very much. Oh, my presentation is here already. Well, my name is Paulina Ševčík. From the beginning of this year, I started to be a city architect of the city of Gdynia, but I know some of you, especially from VASAB Secretariat, from my work as a chairperson of the Union of the Baltic Cities Planning Cities Commission. Union of the Baltic Cities Planning Cities Commission is a network of professional city planners and city architects working on a city level. And we are meeting and we are discussing and trying to solve some real urban problems, real urban challenges in practice. I'm also working for the Faculty of Architecture here in the Technical University of Gdansk. And today I would like to show you, or to give you some introduction to Gdynia Sport City interface, what kind of opportunity and challenging space it is. But before I will start to give you this background about the relationship between Gdynia Sport and the city of Gdynia, I would like to tell you that Gdynia is, together with Sopot and Gdańsk, forms the core of the metropolitan area. Is the city with approximately 240,000 inhabitants. The number of inhabitants is decreasing, as you noticed on the previous presentation, probably. But before I will give you the introduction to the city and to the area I'm going to take you for the excursion tomorrow, and which is going to be one of the challenges and one of the areas you are going to work on during this summer school, I would like to take you back to 1920, when Poland just regained its independence, and gained the access to the sea. This red space is Poland in 1920, so that you can see that we gained a very, very narrow, very small access to the sea. Because the relationship with the free city of Gdańsk were, let's say, difficult, Poland needed to have its own port. And the decision was that the best place for this port is a small fishery village, valley, called Gdynia. So when the port was started to be built, the coastline was like that, as you can see this And this is this same coastline today, with the port and the city, 102 years ago. Well, to start telling you about these challenges with the interface between Gdynia and its port, the boundary between port and the city in original, let's say, in 1924 was like that, and of course city development drafts from 1926 followed that. But soon it appeared that the cargo throughput rose, and it exceeded 4 times original government projections. So the port needed to be larger. So the border of between city and port needed to be changed. So we had another plan for the city center. This situation changed the borders between city and port changed in 2003 when not all port areas were used anymore, and city wanted to have its potentially developed new areas to exceed the city center to the north. And the city started to prepare local development plans, organize architectural and urban competitions to change post-industrial areas into a vibrant city space. So the first plan was in 2004, and the realization has already been done partially. The most high building sea towers and the adjacent areas were realized. Then it was a time for fishing pier, also some competitions, also local development plan prepared, with the housing areas, with some services, with public spaces around the piers. Some realization has already started. The interesting thing is that now we have another ongoing competition, because the owner of this land, which is a state company, wants to make a revision of this plan and is trying to find some new ideas for this area. Then another plans, and another realization coming. Some plans were adopted and then cancelled by the law court. And even in 2015, the border between city and the port was changed again. And finally, the space we are calling Międzytorze, it's between rail tracks, because we have these railway tracks still working on. And here we've got the city existing structure, and we've got this 14 hectares or even 20 hectares area of a land to be developed. This land is owned mainly by companies, private companies or state companies. Only the gray and yellow color means that it's city-owned, so not really much. The local development plan adopted for this area designed some public structure of public spaces, continuing the modernistic urban structure of the city center. Also some kind of layout of publicly accessible areas were created. Also some historical monuments were protected through this local development plan. And the red line is the urban Gdynia modernist city center protected area, which is now the UNESCO on UNESCO World Heritage List. The blue line is a UNESCO buffer zone, because on 27th July this year, Gdynia has been added to UNESCO World Heritage List. I think it's a very nice present to have for 100th anniversary. A good present for a birthday. This buffer zone means that we have to be very careful with new development, how we influence the UNESCO site. Do we really protect and take into consideration this modernism heritage? But the context is that there is a very big development and investment pressure on this land, because these companies want to build higher, more. The local development plan that is now at this area devotes the area for housing and also for some services for public spaces. With the height of the buildings in this part, on the south part, it is typical city center height, about 18 meters and high, and with some spots, with lot of spots of 55 meters, so 17 floors can be built here. But investors would like to see much more and would like to see building as high as sea towers. And so we have a problem with that, and maybe you will give us some advices how to do with that. And it's now time to tell you about another difficult circumstance, because this all spaces are designed to be housing and typical city center spaces with services, vibrant places. And in 2020, 6 years ago, the boundaries between port and city has changed again. This part of place, which is to be housing areas and some services area, are now in the port boundaries. You are probably wondering why the port border, the boundary has changed so much. And this is the answer. The external port is going to be built in Gdynia. And also road, we are waiting for so many years, Red Road. It is the last mile project connecting the port of Gdynia with the state railway, state motorway system. So we need this Red Road very much, and this is going to happen. A few months ago, the City Council adopted new general plan for Gdynia. As you saw on the previous presentation, we now have a new document after Polish planning system reform, general plan. This first general plan of Gdynia reiterates the provisions of plans already adopted in the city. So we have housing areas and services on this every brown areas. So the big challenge for the Międzytorze area, is how to use this space rationally and introduce as much greenery as possible to protect against urban heat islands and adapt to climate change. How to create vibrant, attractive for all living space, taking into consideration cities' modernism, modernist heritage, and how to create a space and cope with all those inconveniences connected with port and railway neighborhood. Thank you very much. I would like to invite you tomorrow at, I think I'll be there waiting for all interested people at Gdynia Główna railway station. I'll be waiting to take you for a walk and to show you this in nature. Thank you.
Thank you, Paulina. That will be for the one group this time, only for one challenge, who will go to Gdynia, but maybe we still have a time for questions. Do you have any questions? Yes, we have, from the question row.
Yes.
Oh no, wait, actually mine was from the previous speakers.
Okay, you will be able to, Sim has a question.
Thank you for your presentation. It was really interesting. I'm kind of dealing with similar issues myself in Tallinn, like with a Northern Tallinn master plan, and also because we have like a lot of former industrial harbor areas, and now we're kind of trying to transform them. But I wanted to ask, like, I mean, when you try to create this kind of mixed use environment, do you also have like certain ratios or percentages where, like, of course, you don't want to have a living function too high? And I mean, we've set some rules that, you know, we want in one place we want 75, 25, 50, 50%. Do you also have like some kind of similar rules which you have kind of assigned to like different areas of like transformation areas? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we do like that. We have in this plan I showed you. It was that there must be a service. Mostly, let's say, average 60% of it should be the service, and the rest can be housing. So we are in our local development plans, we are giving proportions between certain functions that we need to have. And in this plan, we already adopted, and there are some investment going on this plan. I mean, the building permissions are given, are restricted with this plan. There is a need of services on the north part that is adjacent to the railway tracks. So yes, it includes also offices, but I can tell you that offices and services are not popular among developers these days, because they are not giving enough prosperity, and housing is really something what they would like to see everywhere.
One final question from Andrea. We have 2 minutes.
I tried to keep it short. I'm from Gothenburg. We're experiencing similar things, and I tried to get here by ship and ferry and trade. And what I'm thinking is about the international connections and the topic before, the rural areas, because from Sweden it's the rural areas with bad railway connections. Is there anything that you could add to the challenge to add the international dimension as well? That's one thing, and the other thing is about the green islands. I saw on the aerial photo that there's lots of small gardening areas, and combined with these big houses, it doesn't really match. What are you thinking about these solutions? Is this really just the idea of the developers that they have to be high rises?
Well, it's problematic because I didn't say that, but in this, let's say, Międzytorze area, in this local development plans, we have quite high building density ratio, quite high because it's 3.5, with some places that allowed from these high buildings for 55 meters above, but still in this density 3.5. We have very big ground ratio, ground area floor ratio, because it is said that you can build everywhere you can have this building line draw on the plan, and minimum biologically active area ratio is 20%. So it's the plan is for very dense development, and it's a lot of pressure to have more and more. And answering from your question about some international connections, I didn't tell, but of course, as we have a port in Gdynia, we also have connections, ferry connections, and passenger ships connections with Sweden, with Karlskrona, we do have. So it's also some kind of challenge because of this transportation problems, and so we need this alternative transport system for the city center when the external port is going to be built to put this traffic away from the city center.
Okay, thank you. With that, we conclude this block of local context and ESPON context. Now, for our YouTube spectators, if there are any, we will return at 13:30 CET. And now we are having the lunch break. But before that, Carolina will lead us outside for the family picture. Okay, welcome back to our last set of presentations today. As you saw, we extended the break a bit, so you can have a bit longer rest. But now we'll continue with 4 expert presentations about all the summer school challenges. And also straight after we continue with methodology presentation, and we'll not have a coffee break, we'll just end here at 4. So, as you know, we have 4 challenges, and now you will hear the presentations from all the experts. And as first, I would like to ask Magnus Kvant on the floor. He will speak about resilience. What about resilience? Please, Magnus.
Okay, I will try to keep you awake now the first hour of the lunch, which can be a challenge. So what about resilience? And I would like to start with asking you a question. What does resilience mean to you? And I will give you 90 seconds to reflect on that together with the one you're sitting next to. Keep on. Okay, thank you. Time's up. This was the question I asked to when I first employed my first partner or business partner in my organization, 2013. She had a background previously working at Harrods in London at the department of Estée Lauder. She knew all about these creams and makeups and things. And she knew what resilience was, because she was kind of working with this product, the Resilience Lift. So resilience is a word, is something that is used in many different places and in many different contexts. But it always has some kind of meaning to you. So everyone seems to have some kind of pre-understanding when they start thinking about it. When you're talking about resilience, you also need to kind of touch upon sustainability. Sometimes they are jointly connected and kind of some intertwined when you are discussion. Sometimes they are standing in conflict to each other. And I really like what this guy, Andrew Solly, is saying about these two words. He is saying that sustainability aims to put the world back to balance, that we are out of balance with nature, and we need to go back into balance. So sustainability is about working on having renewable energy resources instead of consuming coal and gas and oil, etc. While resilience is something else, but it adds to it. It's where we need to work with the fact that we are in an unbalanced situation, and we need to deal with the consequences of that. So I think this is kind of good to keep in background when we're meeting these two expressions. Urban resilience has been kind of defined by many organizations, and when I started working with resilience, there was a lot about discussion, almost semantics, especially with the academics, about what is resilience, what is context, resilience against what, etc., etc. And many organizations have defined resilience in a different way. This is the UN Habitat, and this is also the Resilient Cities Network with their kind of short and concise definitions. Many other are very long and very elaborating on many different things about capacity and so on and so on. But these two are kind of similar, but still different in many ways. So I started working with resilience 2010, and we needed to define that in Sweden as well. So we made this kind of definition of resilience, where we're talking about functionality and we're talking about pressures, chronic, sudden, and shocking. But the word functionality became something central in how we're working. And I think it's relevant also when you're talking about urban planning or spatial planning. So what do we mean by functionality? Because it's a very wide term and can mean a lot of things. And for us in Sweden and for us in Nordics, we are kind of hooked on the term functionality. We're using that planning our kitchen, and we really embrace and like functionality. So this is another example. Why do Copenhagen biking always? Copenhagen is the most biking capital city in the world. It's not the most biking city, but the most capital biking city. There are some cities in Netherlands that are biking as well. And you can ask the question, why are you biking when the weather is like this? And Gale Architects firm did ask that question. They asked around a lot, and they had their pre-understanding that people are concerned about the health, people are concerned about the environment. That's why they're choosing the bikes. However, the answer was because it works the best. It's the most functional way of getting around in Copenhagen. Use the bike. And Copenhagen is a city that really embraced that and reinforced the functionality of using bikes in many, many different ways, with bike lanes, with support when you're stopping at traffic lights, and so on and so on. So it works the best. So the big question is then, what makes a city function? And that's when we're going back to we need to kind of, in our definition of urban resilience, we also need to kind of develop some understanding of the functionality concept. So we developed a methodology of talking about functionality in the urban context. We came up with the idea, together with some fellows from the university, that we can use a flow perspective. We can consider the functionality that comes out of a systems on flow. And we start listing different flows, and I think we came to 180, and we realized, this is not doable. We need to kind of congest it to something that we can talk about. And we seems to manage that quite well. We have 6 flows here. 4 of them are the same as the free flows within the EU concept, the free flow of money, goods, services, and people. And then we added information and energy to that one. So this is became the urban flow concept. And we have been using that in many different cases. Among one thing we have done is trying to use this to identify those who are operating the functionality of the cities. By asking the question, who is operating the flow of energy? Who is operating the flow of the different services? And we did that in a couple of cities in Sweden, and we came out with a kind of surprising thing that 85% of the functionality of a city is operated by companies. Some of the companies are private, and some of them are public owned, like owned by the municipality, typically waste management or electricity or water and things like that. But they are run as businesses. And only 15% was the governmental organization, the local government running schools and so on. Am I doing something wrong? Or? Okay. That leads into next step here. Now, resilience by design is also some wording and framing that we come across. And we have a situation in my city that I will use as an example. We have a city tunnel, a train tunnel that goes under the city, connecting the trains from Sweden, the Nordics, with Copenhagen and Europe. So it is quite an important tunnel. And that tunnel had several entrances for the fire brigade or the emergency services. So if there's an accident in tunnel, this is the access point for the fire service. And it's in the park in Malmö, and it's a hole in the ground, basically. This place was flooded some years ago. And it was very close to kind of overrun the barriers, the small barrier that it is, and flooding into the city tunnel. And in the city tunnel, all the electrical cords are at the bottom of the tunnel, because that's easier when you maintain them. They are not on the roof or on the side, but they are really on the bottom. So this was not a very smart solution. It was not a very good solution for the future. So this was kind of analyzed, and there was projects on how can we protect this one. So the solution that they came up with was this one. Something that you're supposed to put up just before it's supposed to rain and storm, etc., and then take it away, and then it will go back to normal. I was kind of reflecting on this, whether this was a good solution, because it looks very fragile to me. It looks like if there is a lot of rain, there is often a lot of storm and heavy winds. And will this withstand? So I was arguing for this when I saw the solution firstly, but everyone assured me that, oh, it's safe, it's tested in wind tunnels for 30 meters per second wind speed. However, a year later from this date, it was a situation where we had a new storm coming to Malmö. And the guys who invented this, they went out there, put it up, and was kind of ensuring that now we have protected our city tunnels. This was done before the storm came. 10 minutes after the storm hit, this was gone with the wind. And I wasn't surprised. This solution was developed by people with background from the blue light services. Either they were working for the road traffic agency that are handling these tunnels, etc., or they came from the local fire brigade or other emergency response organization. So if you put that kind of people in the room, you wouldn't be surprised if they came up with an ID that is a blue light service ID, something that you put up when the crisis really is hitting you, or just previous before it's hitting you. So what if? We run a workshop with completely other kind of people, with architects, landscape architects, people who are responsible for the park in the city, etc. And they came up with this solution. And I think it's a much better solution, much solid, more beautiful, more inviting, etc. for the people in the park. But this solution doesn't still exist, even though it's more than 10 years ago since the discussion is. It's still something that is in progress, and there is another blue light service solution that is more solid. However, this could have happened. And by putting this example on the floor, so to speak, I would like to highlight the importance of people management when we're talking about these things. Who are the people in the room that you're talking to that have been invited for either analyzing the problem or discussing a possible way for a solution? It has significant impact on the outcome. So my message to you is, somewhere in your future career, keep in mind asking yourself, who is in the room? Has we invited the one that really needs to be in the room, etc.? So that is kind of a takeaway from that one. It comes more obvious to you later in your career. That leads to another thing. Who is the guy in front of you speaking about these things? So just quickly, I'm introduced in the guideline for this workshop, but my career path is that after high school, I did my mandatory military service in the Navy. I also applied to become an officer of the reserve, so I stayed a couple of more years in the Navy. And then I went back to universities studying fire protection and risk engineering in Lund. Start working with the fire brigade, start working with the fire service agency in Sweden, and then later the civil contingency agency. Meanwhile, I was doing that. I went in and out of university taking different courses on behavioral science and also an exam in economics. So that's my short career. I've been working on the topic of resilience since 2010, which was quite early on in these days. Not many was talking about urban resilience and resilience in the context of city planning and urban planning and spatial planning. They were talking about resilience related to psychology and children and things like that, or nature. Today I'm running my own company, which is the Nordic Urban Resilience Institute, together with my colleague, the one working for Harolds that I mentioned earlier. So that is quickly about my background. I think it is important to be a little bit provoking sometimes. So we continued working with different provoking workshops. So we were asking about the bus stops in a city. The bus stop is a significant area and space in the city, but what are they used for? And what is the point of the bus stop when the bus is not there? There is a point at some are using it for other purposes than just waiting for the bus. And it's kind of interesting to investigate that. And I think that could be an approach also for you in these challenges. What is the point of? We have something about bomb shelters. Bomb shelters is high on the agenda right now in our region. And what is the point of a bomb shelter when there are no bombs? What are we going to use it for on a daily basis? So I will now quickly kind of echo what you already heard from previous speakers, but perhaps from a little bit another perspective. And I only have 4 minutes left, so I will be quick. We're talking about global trends and EU and strategies. And I think what's happening now is that we are trying to look on long-term planning, really looking forward. And to be able to do that, we need to go into some kind of foresight mode. We need to be looking at what's going to happen in the future. And foresight methodologies and foresight institutions are quite high on the agenda at the moment. And when you're doing foresight, you're kind of working on global trends. That's a concept quite used by many institutions working on foresight. And EU is doing that and launched the Foresight Report 2025, where this picture on the right side, major crisis and megatrends, are one of the pictures from the book, and they are next to each other. The left one shows how EU is responding to Eurozone crisis, migration crisis, COVID, and so on. And that is kind of a contradictory to what's on the other side about foresight. But it is how it is. We, as human beings, are responding to crisis. And we can hear every time there has been a major incident, a major crisis, you will hear some politicians, mayor or prime minister, etc., stepping up saying, this can never happen again. And then we start investing, so this will never happen again. But foresight is something that is not responsive. It's something where we are looking forward and trying to act before the things really has happened. And the right side is the typical way of describing megatrends. And if you go into different reports about the foresights and things, you will see how megatrends is described in a similar way, may be framed a little bit different, but basically these are the megatrends that is kind of emerging in all foresight reports. Existing foresight is often on a larger scale. You will find foresight reports that is global. You will find them on a European level perhaps, but they are quite big, all of them. And you have here on the left side the strategic foresight report from 2023, and you have another one, reference foresight scenarios of the global standing of the European Union, also the global, the big things. And then you have Citra's Megatrends 2026, which I highly recommend, very, very good one. It's made in Finland. But when you're having these megatrends on global, you need to localize them. You need to bring them down to the local level, because they mean something on the global scale, but what do they mean in the local context? And that needs to be analyzed. And one of the EU organizations, the European Committee of Regions, is really stressing that one. We need to localize this future work to mean something in the regional context and the local context. I'm currently involved in a project here in the Baltic Sea region with the Union of Baltic Cities, doing a foresight with 6 cities in the region, which will be finalized in February next year. And the purpose is to develop some kind of methodology where you can work together with cities, localizing these megatrends. Oh, sorry. So this kind of answers why do we need to develop that one, because there is hardly anything out there. And it is a complicated process. It's time and resource demanding process, and sometimes they are lacking the capacity at local level, especially when you're coming down to smaller cities with less than 100,000 inhabitants, like 40 or 50,000 inhabitants. Who is going to do it? Who is going to run that process? And who has that skills and training? So, this is my ending picture here. How does it all fit within VASAB? I've been in contact with VASAB since February this year, so it's a very short period of time. But I'm so excited because it all resonates with what VASAB is saying in their strategy and their documents. And focusing on spatial planning, I think, is the right way forward. So we are in this growing geopolitical tension period caused by basically a couple of old men, Trump, Putin, Netanyahu, and a few others, who is kind of making crazy things, which really is disturbing our way of planning our cities or living our life. We are talking about that spatial planning is an essential tool to shape a resilient society. Inclusive, future-proof regions and communities is also added in the strategies. So working with the foresight or the perspective of the future is also mentioned in this VASAB declaration. And finally, it's also highlight the importance of EU cohesion policy, that spatial resilience and with a strategic dimension as part of this one. So again, resilience pops up, and we need to define what it is and what it means and what it has for practical implication. And it also directs something towards the Council of Baltic Sea States, that we are now living in the new security environment caused by these old men. Thank you.
Thank you, Magnus, so much for this very nice insight into resilience. Magnus will be present during the whole week, so you will be able to get answers from him. But now the second expert presentation will be duo, Vanessa Waltz and Aksels Ruperts, and they will speak about data and climate data and spatial planning dimension of climate. Vanessa, please.
Hi, thank you. I hope you can all hear me fine. And I'm assuming that, Aksels, you are sharing the slides, right?
Slides? Yes.
Or do you? Okay. Perfect, there we go. Okay, hi everyone, my name is Vanessa Völz. I'm a postdoctoral researcher at the German Climate Service Center. And I'm happy to present a very brief overview on climate change, and specifically climate change in the Baltic Sea region. And at first, I want to start with a few basics about climate change. So first, I want to briefly mention the difference between weather and climate. So Aksels, if you could be so kind to click to the next slide, or yes. Can I do it? I'm trying. No, probably. Do you already see the next slide? Because for me, it's still the title. There we go. Okay, so weather is the day-to-day state of the atmosphere over a very short period of time. So if we say tomorrow it's going to be sunny or it's going to be rainy, that is when we refer to weather. And in contrast, climate is an average weather condition over a very long period of time. And then, you can refer to maybe a tropical climate zone that we observe around the equator. And in order to explain the basics behind climate change on the next slide, I want to briefly talk about the greenhouse effect. So here on the left now you can see the natural state of the Earth and our atmosphere. So we naturally have in the atmosphere a concentration of greenhouse gases. And it's very important to have for us because the sun energy that is coming down into the Earth and into the atmosphere is reflected back from the Earth's surface. But due to the greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, a small part of this energy is reflected back down to Earth and therefore is creating a warm climate that is livable for us. But then on the next page, you will see what happens with human influence. If we burn fossil fuels, we increase the concentration of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, and that means that more sun energy is trapped within the atmosphere, and this leads to a warming of our atmosphere. And on the next page, you'll get a brief overview of how everything is interconnected within the Earth. So the higher greenhouse gas concentration does not only increase the temperature, but via temperature increase, since everything is connected, we can observe, for example, that sea ice is melting and glaciers are melting, and therefore sea levels are rising. And also clouds in the air can contain more water under higher temperatures, so precipitation patterns can change, as well as wind, etc., etc. So the potential effects of a changing climate are very diverse and range far beyond not only the air temperature that is changing. And on the next slides, I want to give you a brief overview explaining why we can be so certain that climate change that we are observing now can be contributed to human influence. And here on this graph, you can see the global surface temperature from year 1 to the year 2020, and in the majority of the time frame, we have reconstructed data there. But between the year 1850 and 2020, we have the observed global surface temperature. And as you can see, we have this very sharp increase in the global surface temperature in a very recent period. And such an increase is unprecedented in more than 2,000 years. And now next, we can take a zoom in into this time period from 1850 to 2020. And now on the right, you'll see exactly this time frame. And here we do not only have the observed historical temperature observations as a black line, but we now can also see a simulation of the climate, including human and only natural factors. So here in the green area, the green line shows us a simulation of the historic temperature, including only natural influences. And in contrast, this brown area is showing us a simulation that contains the natural effects, but also us humans, so the increased greenhouse gas emissions due to burning fossil fuels. And as you can see, the black observation line matches very well with the latter simulation, including human factors, which is why we can be sure that current climate change can be attributed to humans. And on the next slide, I want to give you a short visualizations of how you can think of the climate models that are used to do these historic models that we just looked at. So basically, you have 3D grid structures covering the entire Earth, and then between the different boxes in the structure, the physical parameters are exchanged, and then a large set of physical climate parameters is modeled in these climate models. And what we can do with the climate models is we can not only model historic temperature development, but we can also use the models to look into the future. And here on the right, you will now see the global temperature change looking into the future. So again, you have the historic timeline going up to the year 2015. And from there onwards, you'll see future global temperature projections. And as you can see, you have multiple projections. We do not only have one, we have the different ones indicated in different colors, and we call them climate change scenarios. And they represent potential futures of how humans could develop in the future and how much greenhouse gases we could emit in the future. And the lower climate change scenarios indicated in blue, the SSP1 1.2 and SSP1 2.6, they correspond to a 1.5 or 2 degree warmer world. So they are referring to the Paris climate agreement, for example, and they would limit future global warming below 2 degrees over this century and also thereafter. And in contrast, you can observe these higher climate change scenarios indicated in red, which are ranging up to a 3 or 4 degree warmer world towards the end of this century. And now on the next slides, I want to take a dive into the Baltic Sea region and briefly explain what climate change just means for this specific region. And I want to start by going through the main important variables on the next slide. So if we look at the air temperature, we can say that until now, we observed that the Baltic Sea region is warming faster than the global average. And looking into the future, based on the climate models, we can say that further warming is expected, and it can range between 1.4 up to 3.9 degrees by the end of this century, depending on the climate change scenario. Now, the next variable is precipitation, and we've observed a very high variability, and we've also seen that winter precipitation has increased, and we expect that average precipitation is increasing even further in the future, especially in northern winters. Next, we have sea ice, and we've observed that the winters are becoming milder and the ice season is becoming shorter and shorter, and the maximum ice extent has also decreased by 30% until now. And in the future, we can expect that the sea ice extent is going to decline even further, as well as the thickness of the ice and also the length of the ice season is going to decline. I think sea level rise is the next variable, and we've seen, that until now, sea levels have risen 1 to 2 millimeters per year in the last century. But here it is important to note that in the northern Baltic region, we actually do not observe a relative sea level rise, but there we actually observe a relative falling sea levels because the land is uplifting in the northern Baltic region. So basically the land is rising, and it's rising faster than the sea levels are rising at the moment, which is due to the large, massive ice sheets that were covering Scandinavia a long time ago. And they were putting so much pressure on the land that it was lowered a bit, and now that they are melted, the land is still going back up to its initial state, and up to now it's still rising a little bit. But we know that global sea level rise is going to continue in the future, and by the end of the century we can expect something between 40 and 84 centimeters, again depending on the climate change scenario. And the last variable I have here is wind, and we were not able to identify a clear trend in the past. And also for the future, the models are very uncertain, so we can't make a confident statement here. And all of these variables and the overview is taken from the HELCOM fact sheets. If you can do one more click, Aksels, please. Yeah, exactly. So here you can see the source of it. It's a climate change fact sheet for the Baltic Sea region from the year 2024. I can highly recommend it if you look for a climate change summary in the Baltic Sea region. The next slide is also giving you a little preview of another figure that they have. So here you have a summary of the different sea basins in the Baltic Sea region and what climate change impacts are projected in the future. And lastly, I want to guide you to another reference that you can use if you're interested. So if you want to have more detailed data with very specific variables, and maybe you're also interested in downloading the data, then you can go and visit the Copernicus C3S Atlas. It stores massive climate projection data, has a lot of great visual tools, and also the download possibilities. Yeah, thank you so much for listening, and I'll stay online, and I believe we have questions after Aksel's part of the presentation.
Yes, thank you, Vanessa. And I will continue this presentation. I will briefly outline why climate change is important for spatial planners. So if we talk about climate resilience, which is also actually something that also Magnus a bit touched in his presentation, then there are two main pathways for building climate resilience. And one is mitigation, which focuses mainly on causes of the climate change, and it includes actions like sustainable transport, clean energy, energy efficiency, But then there's also an adaptation part, which is focused on actions to manage the risks and something that is unavoidable. And it's disaster management, flood protection, infrastructure upgrades, and so on. There are several actions that focuses both on mitigation and adaptation, like food, education, afforestation, but also when you are preparing your solutions in the summer school, we expect also that you focus on both of these pathways. So why climate change is important for spatial planners? For example, drainage systems are very often in region built in previous century, and considering the changes, they are becoming insufficient. Then also summer heat is no longer only a Southern Europe issue. We can see also that average temperature increases also in the Northern Europe, so the ice melts faster. Also, coastal flooding risk increases suddenly, not gradually, and it means that such an important infrastructure for our region, like ports, waterfronts, and low-lying districts, are becoming risk zones. And also, I think it's important to mention that climate impacts vary strongly across the region. Therefore, there is no one-size-fits-all solutions for the region, and the planning should be flexible, not dependent on exact forecasts. And what is the role of spatial planning in climate change? Actually, I would say not only adaptation, but also mitigation. But the main thing is that spatial plans are executive documents. They are not only strategic or visionary, but you can set like certain rules, land use rules, for instance, that considers climate change impacts. And that is why spatial planning is really important. Also, these climate change trends, you can integrate into the long-term strategies, so to better prepare for the future. Also, always, of course, spatial planning deals with managing competing land use interests across different planning scales. And this is also something that I want to emphasize, that climate change does not respect administrative boundaries. So very often, you need to collaborate across different planning scales. And also, of course, spatial planning is very often a proactive action, because we can reduce uncertainty in the future by integrating these considerations in these plans. And many cities in Europe are preparing their sustainable energy and climate action plans, but these are sectoral plans. And then the challenge is how to integrate these actions that are mentioned in these sectoral plans in spatial plans, like land use plans, master plans, and so on. Here are just some few examples. I wanted to show how climate action matters across scales in the Baltic Sea region. One particular example is Klaipėda port in Lithuania. They are building climate resilience. They are creating its pathways to climate resilience. Definitely something a climate change group should check out. Then also we know that there are many ongoing and planned offshore wind farm and renewable energy projects. This is also something that can help to mitigate climate change impacts. And then also, if you talk about VASAB Vision 2040, I think it's also important to mention that all elements in the vision contain climate resilience actions. And this is a macro-regional document that sets the direction for all kinds of areas. And the last example I want to show is a joint Baltic Sea action plan of the cities of Helsinki and Turku. And this is also, it shows also that cities can cooperate to achieve certain environmental goals and targets. And yeah, we need to integrate these climate change considerations early as possible, and that is role for spatial planners. And yeah, I also hope that you will give us some good ideas how to deal with this mega trend. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa and Aksels. And actually, we have time for one question, if there is one. If not, then thanks. And next expert is our mobility, connectivity, and transport expert, Artūrs Caune. I'm sure that he will have a very interesting story for you.
Yeah, hello. I heard already that some of you heard my story of trying to come here to Gdansk from Riga. I will tell this story in more details during my presentation, but in the beginning, maybe some numbers and some insights into mobility matters. If we look EU wide, then Eurostat and DG MOVE prepare quite good data sets for the planners, and I put as well one of the links to the so-called transport pocketbook, which gives a quite good overview on what is happening in transport and mobility sector in Europe. If you look back, then over the past decades, we can see that the mobility interpreted as performance for motorized transportation has been increasing, especially in air sector, but as well quite notably by passenger cars. The other modes have not performed that much and that good, but after the pandemics, we can see that railways and partly aviation have recovered better than other modes of the transport. In the Baltic Sea region, overall, we are quite auto-centric when we look at the data on the modal share, and our Latvian neighbors, Lithuanians, are perhaps the country where, let's say, is the most auto-centric European country, having the cars almost like more than 92% of all the passenger kilometers made. That is much more above European average, and as a rule as well, the public transport use is not that good. In all the other countries, we are more or less closer to EU averages, but what I wanted to point out is that that forerunner in sustainable mobility actually is not a EU country, but European Economic Zone country, Switzerland, where the modal share of public transport is exceeding more than 25%, and Swiss is doing very well as well, to increasing even more the public transport share. And as well, the Swiss, together with Austrians, are the leaders in the railway sector, where the public shares are moving close to 20%. In this regard, where we stand with the railways, we can see clear gap between different parts in the region. The Baltics are quite well underperforming in the railways. That's perhaps as well one of the points in my story for today. But yeah, that is how it is. And I think if we are talking about more sustainable mobility modes, then when looking at the car shares, we can say that there are still huge opportunities to improve and to move towards a more sustainable mobility. I was asked as well to tell some few words on the macro layers. So first of all, I think what is coming into mind is the TNT regulation, which summarizes the EU intervention into the transport network, but as well similar attempts are as well in the energy and in digital sectors. So the regulation deals with infrastructure and the funding matters. That the so-called CEF regulation is basically the implementation of the TNT and making and establishing railway as a backbone for the European transport system. Since the new regulation, which entered into force in 2024, much more attention is being paid as well for the military dimension. Magnus already mentioned many points about the resilience, so resilience is coming more and more on the agenda as well in the planning on such a macro level. For you, for reading, maybe not the regulation, you can find it easily, but as well the Commission staff working document on TNT methodology, how it was made. And why I'm putting this methodology here as a reference is that I'm sure VASAB contributed to that at that time quite well, because the ESPON and the VASAB is quoted quite many times in this methodology. Resilience is also now becoming more and more directive, meaning of critical, in the meaning of critical entities directive, which was reshaped quite recently, and going beyond that, beyond the critical infrastructure only, it is establishing critical entities, meaning, and critical services. So for planning, let's say, a resilient space, I think it is the last time to embed all the notions of that directive as well in the planning processes. Of course, here, besides the third directive and NIS2 directive, these are more, let's say, for as a guidance for the critical infrastructure owners, critical service providers, but I think there are many important points to consider already in the planning. Other facets on a broader context, what is happening on the EU level is as well that the mobility itself has many dimensions, and one of the dimensions is as well the passenger rights and ticketing. And I remember some 10-15 years ago already there was the agenda about a single ticket across Europe that we will be able to buy it and travel easily. So the reality is a bit more complicated, and currently there is a Commission's proposal on the agenda how to improve the ticketing. The main idea is being able to buy a single ticket in international or cross-border rail travel, but extending it as well to multimodal journeys and establishing processes and procedures as well on the passenger rights. It seems quite complicated, and if someone wants to study this proposal, I would encourage you. This is some kind of small window of opportunity or window of hope for making the countries more interconnected and thus as well mobility more sustainable. What is new in the mobility context on the regional level? I would refer to the TNT regulation as well. The new regulation designates more than 400 cities which are urban nodes, and the cities have to create sustainable urban mobility plans, and plans not only for the cities but for their functional areas. And I would say that this is as well one of important sources and guidance to consider in the mobility or urban or spatial planning, as it gives both the formal and methodological support how to plan urban mobility in a participatory, inclusive and sustainable way. But from one side, let's say the policy perspective is quite encouraging, but in the same time as well having leaving some questions open. The biggest challenge, what I would say for the mobility as such in the regions is the context of that it is quite hard to understand the very long life of mobility infrastructure, and typically if the design life extends some decades, it is very hard for us to imagine how the infrastructure should look like, and 20 plus years to plan, for example, a railway infrastructure is nothing. You need 7 years to prepare, 7 years to plan, and at least 7 years to construct. So 20 years is easily gone nowadays if you want to implement a significant project, be it railways or be it other transport infrastructure projects. And if you plan a railway, if you plan a public transport infrastructure, then you have to know as well how it will be working, the service offer. The service offer is, to my understanding, the key. We have to know how the trains will be running, what timetable will be there, what will be the connections, and this with a view of 20, 30 or 100 years. This is the biggest challenge to my understanding, and explains as well why so often in big projects so many things are going wrong. We cannot simply predict the future, or we are afraid of looking for so many years ahead. On a public transport as a system, there are 5 elements which are important always. It is infrastructure, and we love to stick to the infrastructure only as maybe panacea for everything. But besides the infrastructure, the vehicles play the role. More important, moreover, network and timetable, so the connectivity, the connection times, driving times, tact or the frequency, tariff and ticketing, and last but not least, the governance. All these 5 elements shall work in a good manner in order to get a good service offer and good public transport solution. As some of you have heard, I tried to do my trip to Gdansk from Jūrmala. I'm living in Jūrmala, next to Riga, by land transport. And 2 weeks ago, I started to plan it. And yeah, it's simple. It's a little bit more than 400 kilometers away by beeline. By car, it would make some 800 kilometers, and more realistically, with some stops, more than 12 hours of driving. So, of course, I was looking for another options to go by public transport. So there were basically two. One was the Flixbus offer, around 17 hours via Belostok. So I had to go by train from Jūrmala to Riga, and then take two buses, one like 11 hours long and another one for 6 hours or so. But as you can imagine, sitting 11 hours in the bus is not the easiest task, so I was looking for other options and sticking to the train. So my choice was going by train to Riga, then unfortunately by bus to Vilnius. There is no train connection in the morning from Riga to Vilnius. There is one from Vilnius to Riga. Then I took, then the next step is a train from Vilnius via Kaunas to Mockava. It is very, very small passenger station next to Polish-Lithuanian border. And then taking two trains from Mockava to Warsaw, and then from Warsaw to Gdansk. I was looking, perhaps I'm not so good at looking through Polish timetables and public transport apps, but I couldn't find anything which could help me, like having a good connection from Augustov or Belostok to Gdansk. So my trip, five vehicles. I have to use 4 apps to plan the journey, and altogether it should take 17 hours. And then on Saturday, before planning the journey, the storm arrived to Latvia, and everything went quite differently. As I thought in the morning, waking up at 4:30, there is information on the local train app, no train service, because of the storm, most likely fallen trees. So the question is, this is like second such a storm in 2 years. We had 2 years ago similar summer storm where we got the problem with the trains running because of fallen trees. So instead of going by train, I took the car, driving to Riga, and took the bus as planned to Vilnius, arriving in Vilnius as planned. Having some time in Vilnius Central Station waiting for the train in the last moment when the train has to depart, we become the message, there will be no train, there will be a bus. So driving by bus from Vilnius via Kaunas to Mockava, even with the delay of the bus of 20 minutes, the first bus was more or less on time. We were ready to depart with BKP intercity train almost on time, but we had to wait for the second bus, which was late. And so we waited for 1 hour, and then it started. As you may imagine, that when a train has a train pass, like in aviation similarly, If you are late, then you are looking for another train pass. And it means that you get always some opportunity for some other train pass, but it is not necessarily very fast, and the delays start to accumulate. So until arriving in Warsaw, the accumulated delay was already 2 hours. And so 19 hours of beeline, 430 kilometers, that was my experience on cross-border travel. I would say impressive, but there are good news as well. In some 10 to 15 years ago, there was no train connection at all, no train connection between Latvia and Lithuania, Lithuania and Poland. And there was very slow train connection, slow train running times, like max speeds 30 kilometers, 50 kilometers, somewhere in Suwałki, Augustów. So now it is 100 kilometers per hour already, and Białystok to Warsaw is already, I would say, almost high-speed ready. 160 kilometers per hour are already let's say, the daily standard. So something is improving, but not so fast. And while thinking again on this very long-term perspective, it seems that I will be able to have, let's say, some shorter trip to Gdansk, maybe in some decades. But never mind, I will be hoping for some improvements and hoping as well that you as a planners will be contributing to better railways, better public transport systems, and will help to remove all the hurdles and making the service more resilient and more adapted to climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, Artur. So we actually have time for one question, if there is any. Yes.
Okay. So you were discussing the planning timeline of the infrastructure. Kind of thinking back on the resilience from the previous speaker, like, how do we deal with this where, like, we've seen stories even in Europe about lots of infrastructure being built that's already kind of obsolete, even though it's not at the end of its lifespan, like because of climate change, like the road melting or stuff like this. So what are your thoughts kind of about dealing with that, since we have to plan out so far in ahead to make these projects happen?
Looking back, I'm always admiring the engineers of 19th century. They were able to plan and build the infrastructures with their means, with no computers, and in the way that all these infrastructures are still in place. Well, in the past years, maybe some of these are going down, like in French Alps, I heard that there was heavy rains and some railway infrastructure went out of order. But this was, I think, at that time, very, very good predictions. Now, the biggest challenges, I think it is all about the money. We have to be in some kind of, we have the cost limits and everything which is meaning redundant, which is meaning like we plan for floods like 300 years floods or 500 years, it will cost more. And then it is again about risk acceptance. Are we accepting the risk that one day the railway will fail because of flooding, of some extreme storm coming next 2 years, or we are better building a railway which is resilient and working for decades or for centuries. Yeah? I think this is the biggest challenge, and this is then as well very much in the hands of the planners and engineers to show the right way, right path.
Thank you, Arturs. A living example of connectivity of Baltic Sea region by traveling on land. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now for the effective use of space, our final expert, Professor Jacek Zaucha. He has been an important part also for preparing the whole summer school. So thank you, Jacek, and the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you very much for the previous story, because now you can see what does it mean for this region, Rail Baltica, which is still not existing. I started to work for the VASAB Secretariat 20 years ago or more, and the key topic was Rail Baltica. Then Rail Baltica was discussed during the first summer school, young planner school, during the second, because I see your slide, so now you have still opportunity to discuss it. Okay, now about effective use of the space. I will try to give you some messages only, because we have not time. So the first message is that, you know, we must really think about using the space. Why? Because the space is scarce, finite, and non-renewable. So if we make decisions now, they will have an impact for 100 years. And you can see, for example, motorway or railway services. Why there is no possibility to go from Suwałki to Gdansk? Because there was a border between Prussia, Germany, and Poland. No railway connection. Okay, so space is something very, very important, and you have deeply in your heart. That's the first message. Second message. Here we must look, what does it mean? What does it mean that we are using this space sparingly, that we are using the space efficiently? So I narrowed down those terms. On the land, I want to tell about the concept no net land take. So it's narrowing down. And you can see this, there are very important EU documents which are, you know, somehow discussing this issue. But those documents, they were adopted only a few years ago, so it's a new topic. So people, they started to understand what I said during the first slides, that space has a very important economic meaning. And on the sea, I would like to underline the concept of coexistence or the concept of multi-use. So I will focus my presentation around those two. And now the third message, VASAB is a forerunner. So of course VASAB is close to my heart because I worked in the VASAB Secretariat for many years, but you can see here the quotation from the document which was adopted in 1996, so previous century, during my work for VASAB. And you can see this was a recommendation for planning the coastal zone. And here we are using this vocabulary, which was picked up by the EU maybe 10 years ago, something like that. So this document is on the VASAB website, so you can look on this. And here VASAB vision. On this VASAB vision, so I don't want to repeat what Mārtiņš said, but you can find those elements, no net land take, multi-use, in many elements of the vision. So I would like to ask my group, which I will mentor, to take care of this VASAB Vision 2040, to find those elements, because this is very important that we somehow, our thinking will be guided by this document. Now, some facts. So I will start from EU and I will go down to the local level. Now, I will start from the land, and you can see that even in the cities, we have the situation, because I'm comparing these two periods, 2012-18 and then 18-21, and you can see that more and more land is taken, even in the cities. Even in the cities, which is surprising, because this green land in the cities is very precious, but it's more and more land which is built up. And here you have even more fascinating trend, because you can see here that this new building, new investments in some countries, and Lithuania is the leader, they're taking place in the regions which are depopulating. So it's totally not logical. A region is losing population, but the built-up areas are growing and growing. And in Lithuania, you can see 100%, which means the entire new built-up is in the regions we are shrinking. Of course, this is magic of the figures, because Lithuania is shrinking, okay? But so you must read data in a conscious way. But you can see that the situation is very, very different in different countries. So if you compare Poland, Poland is, for example, is the middle. Estonia, Lithuania, Latvia, there is more and more, of course, in those countries, you have more space. So, but people, they want to go outside. They want to have a new buildings, beautiful places, and things like that. So this is EU trend. Now I will go to Poland, urban sprawl. You can see those red around big cities, around big cities. And here I want to attract your attention. Why here in Poland we have, you know, such a big expansion? And the answer is very simple. And this is a message. Take care of the market. Market speaks with big money. Okay? So people, they are going out because it's much cheaper to be there. But what is the name of the process? The name of the process is free riding. Because who is paying for that? The payment is done by the central cities. They provide all the services. So those, you know, municipalities around big cities, they provide only schooling, and they are not doing even that. So those children, they commute. Who is paying for that? Those cities which are losing population. So here is the only city which is not losing population is Gdansk. The other two cities, Gdynia and Sopot, they are losing population. And Sopot, it's a dramatic issue. There are almost no people there. And why they are losing population? Because they are attractive. There's fate of attractiveness. Because a square meter in attractive place is expensive. Exactly. So look on those economic, because why? I am a planner and economist. So I can tell you, you can make a best plan. It will never work because the money will kill this plan. Okay? So here you have this, and in Poland it's augmented by one more issue, because people, they are paying taxes, their income tax to the state, and state is redistributing this income tax to the places where the people are registered. So now you can imagine that all those municipalities around big cities are fighting for citizens, because it means money for their budget. Okay? This is economics, which is big. And the same is around Warsaw, the same is around Krakow, everywhere. That's the same pattern. And now, where is this? Why it's not moving? Yeah. So here it's the same story. It's Corinne land cover. Look on those. Perhaps this red is a built-up space. So if you are looking on this built-up space, perhaps there's not a big deal. You know, this red is not prevailing in Poland. But if you are looking in the table and you compare here Poland and then Pomorskie region, you can see unbelievable trends. So doubling 100% more of built-up areas. So it's something which cannot be stopped at all. And the same as in this region. So it's all over the same story. Okay, and now I will go to Pomorskie province. I will skip some, what is happening? Why it's not going? yeah, so you can see the same. Here it's better because you can see this urban sprawl. But what is really interesting is that this urban sprawl is driven by two factors. One is railway availability, and the second is proximity of sea. And you can see it. And as I said, it was doubling of this space taken from the green, which is mainly agriculture in Poland, and then built up. Okay, where it is? Okay, and now here you have two slides about the Pomorskie case. So here it's population change, and you can see the population change, which is growing. This brown is growing around these three cities, Gdynia, Sopot, and Gdansk. It's clear. The Gdansk is the only city which is not losing population, as I said. But now you can see in the other slide what is the policy of the cities. What is the policy? Can we go back? What is the policy of those municipalities around? So you can see here share of land designed for residential development. So you can see how we, as the planners, we contribute to all this. Because all those municipalities are fighting for people. So they can give everything for you, you know, that you can build it up. And it's much cheaper, much cheaper. So my favorite case is this red above Gdynia, which, you know, you have all services from Gdynia city, buses. School is working there 12 hours a day, but you can shift your children to the school in Gdynia, and you have beautiful sea view. That's the most, one of the most fascinating places, and the development is very fast there. So you know, this is as an interplay. So please remember about the economics. And now, local, Międzytorze. You have heard a lot of this. I will not repeat about Międzytorze, but what is my plea to you now? If you look on this case, you will go there, some of you. So ask two questions. Okay, we will build this beautiful area. The first question is whether it is beneficial for the cities. Who will own those real estate? Whether those people will pay taxes in Gdynia, or they will buy only these beautiful places for speculation, and they will be in some other cities. So what will be the benefit? That's the first question. And the second question is, Gdynia is a city with very scarce, I mean, around cities there is a lot of forest, but inside cities there is no green areas. So ask whether it would be possible, feasible, from legal point of view, another issue, to have more greening there. Okay, so there are two issues. Because we can have beautiful buildings, it will be the prestige, but what will be the prestige? You have nice buildings, but people is losing population, and population is the most important resource. And now I will end with marine space. This marine space about this multi-use is a really difficult issue. Why? Because still we are at the beginning of the discussion. So each country is trying to make multi-use, but we are doing it in a different way, let's say. So this is something for you, to bring a common understanding how to do it. So here I am showing you the Polish Maritime Spatial Plan, and I want to show you how we try to install this multi-use in this maritime plan. So this light blue, this is a zoning which is done for future generation. So in this zoning we said that cannot be any fixed structure. So young generation can decide what they want to do it. And the second issue is that this plan, as you can expect, is driven by offshore energy. So here those big places which are gray, they are for offshore wind, okay? And what we said in this plan is that if you want, for example, to make aquaculture, which is also taking the space, do it in the same place. And this was also fascinating. Big money have power. Why? Because at the very beginning, when we started to plan it, everybody was happy with this concept. But when those people, these beautiful wind farms developers, they received their licenses, legal documents, now this belongs to you. They said, no, we don't want aquaculture. We don't want to, multi-use is expensive. Forget about it. Here is a message also for you. You as a planner, you can make this process better than we did it, like in Netherlands. So if you want to be there with your offshore farm, you must make there is a bid. And part of the bid is multi-use. So please think about this, because here planners can do the change. Okay, now what are the conclusions? This is mainly for my group. I want you to consider 3 issues. The first is integrative thinking. So bring different perspectives, economic, planning perspective, cultural perspectives. Take into consideration different stakeholders. Think in a systematic way. You know, because if you do even the best plan, the best law, and this will work against market, you will never succeed. And think about drivers of change. Who really has power? Who can do the change? Sometimes it's better to educate people than to focus on planning or working with decision makers. Okay, but this is something for your consideration in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Zaucha. We still have 5 minutes. Do we have some questions? Yes, we do.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the presentation. I was very intrigued by the spaces for future generations to build. Is this a common practice in Poland?
No,
or was it something
definitely it was invented only for maritime spatial planning. It was our invention because I was responsible for this plan. So our team developed it because we started to think that we are planning something for, let's say, 25, 30 years. That's the duration time for windmills. And even this farm will cease to exist, probably construction will stay there because it will be artificial reef. So from this point of view, it was very important for us not to build entire sea. And this was, I would say, axiological thinking, but it was the first. I think I haven't met any other plan, sea plans. Therefore, I said that maritime spatial planning is not regulated a lot. So it's done according to the needs and culture, planning culture of different countries. So here in Poland, we succeeded.
So but it's like the reason why you succeeded because it's so little regulated, so there's space for innovative ideas, or would you say?
Well, it's not for innovative, it's for future. It's for future because we don't know what the future will be, okay? So perhaps it will be not innovative. Perhaps they will go for the same what we're thinking now, but perhaps it would be something totally different. We have some other principles in maritime spatial planning. I had no time to speak about this. So one principle is that on the sea, you can locate only things which are better on the sea than on land. This was also very important for us. We didn't want to allow that the sea is a rubbish bin for things which were not welcomed on land. So this was clear for us. And we put a lot of effort to secure the functionality of the sea, because functionality of the sea is a fascinating issue. So, you know, those corridors linking different habitats. So this was tremendous job to do it. I don't know whether we succeed because still we are blamed that it's not enough green areas there on the Polish plan, but we did what was possible. Okay, That was the one question. Okay,
Thank
you
you
very much.
And now, thank you for the viewers on YouTube. We are ending our live stream there. Thank you.